chocolate for me to it because I come from a scientific background. It's less hemisphere kind of shy. Less of
Fighting with yourself, John?
huh?
Fighting with yourself?
Well, indeed. And in fact, that's exactly what I'm leading to. And then I took 2 ounce Phillips donuts. Then you go there, I suppose. And at the Bragg Inn, their version of the skin alternance, that they consider the benevolent spirits. That's what maybe. Yeah, it was a brown field wide 2 ounce Phillips. And I had to share that experience. I felt like I was suffocating in this dream. I had known this my partner in my lab, in the lab that I worked in at college, passed away. Later that morning, I found out that she did. So I got the book I tested that.
We're going to take a short break, Bob, and come back and wrap things up with you in just a moment. Coast to Coast.
Coast Insider. The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Brianna, 2.5 24-hour newsroom. A woman's been sexually assaulted on a hiking trail at Mount Rivergo, that's in Riverside. The victim says she was entering the trail when a male suspect approached her and assaulted her. The suspect is described as a Hispanic male in his early to mid-20s. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty in Miami to 37 criminal charges. He's the first former president to face federal charges. He was arrested, booked, and then released. Taco Bell is teaming up with Crocs and releasing a limited edition shoe. They're called Mellow Slides. They're all purple with black accents. They'll cost $60. They'll be available on the Crocs website starting June 20th. And 100 LA parks are now offering free lunches to children and teens through August 4th. Stop by weather from KFI. Partly cloudy now. Afternoon sun on the way. Highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 60 in Orange, 59 for Mission Viejo, 52 in Carson, and it's 60 in Ventura. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
Looking at five traffic, we will be full towards the Macomb Valley area. 405 north bound continues at Northern and East. Always close to Honda. First zone, Long Run, on the 5 northbound to Taylor, Londa, and Warlock. About 2 bucks on it. Oh, no, so 5 in there. If you still are, closure on the 2 things from between Yarnell and Rockford, all this close to Rover until 5 a.m. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm John White.
Our High Harbor Yield Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas, September 22nd and 23rd. T-Mobile Arena.
Stream live only on
Capital One cardholders can grab their tickets starting today at 1 p.m. Eastern. Only available while pre-sale tickets last. Or until Friday, June 16th at 1 p.m. Eastern. Add a Capital One access pack to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive private performance from followforfollow. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale. Pre-sale tickets are so visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One to buy now.
It's New Start. Have a custom home design. Okay, yeah, I'm a huge stickler for authenticity. So let's use me shopping for silk flowers at a place like Albert Home. But really, that's the point. There is no place like Albert Home. It's not artificial when it's art created for you by the best floral designers in the industry. And you should also know Albert is my first choice for patio furniture. The highest grade wood, wicker, metal, and now Endura UV-resistant resin. A resin that even I cannot distinguish from season. And also at Albert, beautiful outdoor upholstery, weatherproof fabrics as soft as cotton, but made from plastics clean from our oceans. So you see, Albert Home, it's pure magic that you can take home. Find Albert Home on Sepulveda in Van Nuys or on the web at alberthome.com. That's ALBIT Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeart Media can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. Pound 250 and say great results. The Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health cares about your well-being. Join us at community events and take action for mental health. Go to takeactionlaweek.com to find an event near you. Kenya Fry, AM 640. Kenya Fry, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
You've only just begun to live white lace and promises. A kiss for luck and we're on our way. We've only begun before the rising sun will find. There are many roads to choose. Like no open to your heart. As we go. Sharing life will come through to us. Watching the flies along the way. Oh, understand we go, just the two of us. Working together day to day. Together.
Someone out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with your story. On our next Coast to Coast program, Nick Pope joins us to talk about the latest on UFO news, so make sure you're part of the program. Then Rich Martini joins us to talk about the flip side on the afterlife, which is what we've been talking about tonight, so make sure you're part of it. Beyond Belief, that's our television show, and we invite you to sign up to watch the episodes. We sure do. Head over to beyondbelief.com right now. We have some ad-free episodes that you can check out. We have a 7-day free trial and some other goodies there. So head on over to beyondbelief.com. And YouTube channel is free to watch at our YouTube. And it sure is. It's a lot of fun too. It's interviews of recent past shows. It's all for free. What shows you just said. Head over to coasttocoastam.com. Go all the way to the top. It's the third icon from the left. I believe. Click it. It's free. That's some fun. Now goes up to your news.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Lay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells with the immune system. Do Dr. Lay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and bringing the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of intent and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be best it can be.
Dr. Lay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem scan?
The stem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Lay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen and stem and your free gift relax doll is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George is follow is at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Everyone is looking for budget-friendly options these days, aren't they? And while you're running down the list of expenses and trying to find ways to save some money, take a look at what you're spending on your cell phone service. Is it necessary? Of course the cell phone is. Is it expensive? Well, it doesn't have to be. Consumer Cellular can help you save big time. It's up to half of your wireless bill. It's true. Consumer Cellular has flexible monthly plans, including unlimited talk and text, starting at $20 a month. No contracts, no overage fees, free activation, and you can keep your same old phone number. Plus, Consumer Cellular has all the top-of-the-line smartphones from leading manufacturers like Samsung and Motorola, as well as the latest iPhone models as well, so you don't have to sacrifice anything when it comes to your wireless service. But you will be saving money with Consumer Cellular. Simply go to consumercellular.com/Nori. For a limited time, get 25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code NORI. That's consumercellular.com/Nori. Use promo code NORI for $25 off. Promo code NORI, 25 off. The past few years have proven that unexpected events can strike at any time, and when they do, the food and daily nutrition you need isn't always there. That's why you need Nutrient Survival. These delicious, chef-made recipes are packed with 6 times more nutrients than other emergency foods, and it's packed with virtually the same level of elite nutrition that's required for specialized portions to help you stay strong, alert, and satisfied when you need it most. It's loaded with 40 essential nutrients and made from real ingredients right here in America. Try Nutrient Survival today. I have their emergency food kit, and it's worth every penny. And today, my listeners can save 15% off their entire order. Let's get a free variety sampler with any purchase and free shipping inside the continental U.S. for orders over $200. Nutrient Survival is an American veteran-owned and operated company which I fully support. Head to Nutrient Survival, use promo code NORI, and check out for this deal. NutrientSurvival.com, promo code NORI, and get prepared today. And welcome back to Coast. George Nori with Bob Davis as we talk about altered states of consciousness. Bob, how did you get involved in this in the first place?
For the last book I wrote on Team Forces, the inspiration of science, reality, view. Do you mean the film, Conscious Connection?
Just the entire field, the genre.
I've always been a coffee ecologist growing up in the 60s and 70s, hacking out doing the race to the moon. And so that combined with crossing campus and the whole topic of UAPs and social media forums, so further stimulated my interest. And when I had my Soviet war in Sedona, I had that this desire to start kind of impulse in doing a mashed potatoes with a full of maybe not that extreme, but it's that motivated me to write the first of beautiful phenomena, as I mentioned earlier. Then the shared death experience led to my favorite death book, and in my hands, truly awakening, wonderful experience. I wrote the Unseen Forces.
Well, you did a great job with all of that. And Bob's website, BobDavisSpeaks.com, linked up for you at coast-to-coast.com. As he said, this is his third appearance on the program. He's been around for a while for us. Thanks again, Bob. Really appreciate it. And as he was talking about these STDs, UAPs, as they're calling them now, I still call them UFOs. There's one expert in Bradstone. Tell me about the story of Epsilon Lucas. This is an incredible story that a lot of people might not be aware of what very well could be an alien object that is circling our moon.
I'm so intrigued by that, and you picked up on it. When it first came out, I could not imagine why people weren't going wild about this. But here is a broadcast, so to speak, and sometimes we theorize that maybe there's like, I don't know what kind of device it could be, but sometimes with tape recorder, and then that keeps broadcasting messages that clear, and serious-minded astronomers that, this is coming from a source is coming from something that, is circling, it is in orbit, and it is broadcasting the meaningful messages. Now, and then it just disappeared from the stories, and I tried to track it down and get more information, and then I don't like to forget stuff like this, and sometimes we get a little weary of saying, well, it must be a cover-up. But I did not understand that this could really be anything other than some kind of cover-up with this information, and there must have been more that would be released, and that we reported in the book. That alien contact, it seems as though someone was telling us, we're here and we're available for communication, and then there was nothing else.
This object apparently was parked around our moon about, 13,000 years ago?
Yeah, this is what the communication claimed, that it had been parked there, like it was kind of an overseer, like it was, and that was its mission to say when we were ready enough to receive this information.
Well, it would still be there in orbit, right?
Yeah, but that's what I understand, but I'm not able to get any more information about it. There was a lot at first, and I tried to track it down at the time, and then it just dried up. I couldn't get anyone else to answer, but, I'm stubborn, and Sherry said, yes, I agree with her. We've got to put this in the book. We're not people get excited about it. Some additional statement from someone who should know will be forced to make these statements and explain what happened.
Well, if it's still broadcasting something, you should have said it pointed towards that. Somewhere.
Yes, indeed. And I can't believe that it isn't pointed there. But I can't get any more information. Maybe someone with higher rank than Sherry or myself. And I'm hoping that people will see that someone with that kind of influence and demand that we say what has happened to excellent business.
It must be concluded that there are a lot of UFO reports out there, and they're good ones. Something's happened on this planet.
Oh,
You have to conclude it.
okay, first of all, no disagreement from you. It's a great mystery.
It is.
Some people feel they have the answer. And they're very aloof about that. And they're very superstitious, saying we have the answer. As long as we have been in this research field, we realize that it's a multi-level phenomenon. It's a multi-level, multi-dimensional phenomenon. We know something is going on. We don't know that it's extraterrestrial. It's multi-dimensional. We don't know. So, kind of suspect there might be bases under the sea. There might be bases under earth to account for some of the ancient legends. But the phenomenon has been with us forever. And we feel that it influences every aspect of our existence in ways that we haven't even begun to dream of yet. We feel that strongly about it, that whatever the phenomenon is, and we're not saying they come from Alpha Centauri, we're not saying they come from the hollow earth, we're simply saying consider all of it as a great mystery, a multi-layered mystery of something is going on.
Brad, why do you think at such a young age, you and me and some of the other people became fascinated with stories of UFOs and extraterrestrial life? What happened?
Well, I think the eminent philosopher, Lady Gaga, said we were just born that way.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
I have to bring up one thing I got excited about, Muslim Buddhist, which is a favorite of mine. Some people like to play the name game with research, and I think we cannot overlook that the British astronomer who made the discovery of this robot satellite was named Duncan Lunan.
How about that?
So again, moon, it's beside the moon.
Those reports and stories are all over the place. Yet there are some people who truly believe government's going to disclose. I don't think so. And I've told them.
I don't either. I as long as I've been researching with it in writing, I should say, which goes back to the 50s and the first book in 66 about UFOs. I said then, it's not going to, and people say, well, they can't keep a secret. Oh, yeah, they can. I mean, but we have been talking about this not long ago with Kevin Randall, whom I know is his fine research, and continually finding people making death, I hate to use the word confession, testimony. Sure, that's testimony. You just want to get it off the chest. Yeah. And you know, I can't see why someone has kept this secret all of their lives, and then on their deathbed would want to leave that as part of their legacy. It seems we're building up this kind of disclosure, but I really am not optimistic about this coming anytime soon. I know our friends in the political side of it, they're very enthusiastic, and we hear from them regularly, and they discuss all of their research and what they're trying to do. And they're optimists, and I try to be a kind of optimist as much as possible. So I'm hopeful that we'll have some sort of great revelation, but I'm just not terribly optimistic that it will happen. Something like that. Good one, George. Let's go to the phone. David in Pleasant Hill, California, west of the Rockies. David, go ahead. You're on with Brad Steiner. Hey, George. Hey, Brad. How you doing? Very good. Okay, George. Good. What's your name, David? I'm David. David. Okay, David. Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, I got a couple people that I've been kind of researching lately. A few YouTube videos. It's all on the internet with stuff like what John Leary talks about. One of the big ones is Stephen Greer and the congressional hearing he was trying to get going for today. Seems like one thing I want to say though is I don't think we'll ever be disclosing things. As far as I know, the Bilderberg group is being controlled by the Greys. And as far as that's going on, as far as all that activity and these destructive agendas are going on, we'll have to deal with and come out and help. Let's hypothesize about this, Brad. You know, this group, the Illuminati, the Bilderbergs, these people, you think they're being controlled by these? I would say not. I think they just don't want us to know because they're afraid they will lose control of us. Yeah, no, I don't. Wouldn't say no, but I certainly have to do, and you certainly have to do. Stay open to all, and I'm open to that type of comment. But I think the Bilderberg is Illuminati, and there's a lot to write about conspiracy. We're just being overwhelmed trying to keep up with that. But again, the caller agrees that there's probably not going to be disclosure as far as groups being controlled by ETs or aliens or multidimensionals, whatever. That said, I think the whole field has and can have a certain paranoid aspect to it, and I think we have to beware of that. I've seen so many friends that I began really kind of lose it, who were serious researchers, got into the deeply, felt that they really had insight into the truth, and that's not to say many of them suffered mental issues, and it happens. I won't go on, but it's a field, and I told Sherry before we really got into this strong again, it's like entering a magic theater in one sense. And I said, things are going to happen, because when I was really into it in the 60s and the 70s, things that just measured normal, sensible descriptions happened. And when we really got into it, those strange, unexplainable, mysterious things happened. And you get information from many sources, and then things are, you just have to watch a very cautious line. There's something about entering this field that you have to stay down. You really have to know yourself. And that's why we maintain that a time of meditation, a time of prayer, a time of
truly impressive stuff.
Marvelous stuff, and it's those stories we receive all the time, from shrimp fishermen and other fishermen and military men, Navy men, and so forth, who write us with their reports.
Can you imagine being on this and you see a UFO smash itself out of the water and just take off?
Well, we stood on a shore of a lake in Peru and saw that happen at least a dozen times in one night.
Yeah.
No explanation, but we were really seeing, but we all knew what it looked like we were seeing.
Anything going back in or just going out?
No, they go out too. They look at that, come in and out, dive, then go out. And almost like they were putting on
Let's go to Clearwater, Florida. Scott, to the Rockies. Hi, Scott. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. They weren't going to show up for you, Brad. They knew that you'd be watching, so they put on a little play. Okay. You can't figure out what these things are, but I figured it out when I first heard about it. The UFOs are actually, they're supernatural. I don't know why you don't want to actually say they're supernatural. You say they're multi-dimensional, but you can't really kind of stay away from saying they're actually supernatural. I don't think you've read any of my books, have you? I've never read any of your books, well, then you would know that I began speaking of the supernatural aspect back in the 60s, much to the dismay of my fellow researchers.
And, I still think a lot of people will say they're dimensional, they're demonic. I still think they're coming from planetary systems within our galaxy.
Well, you cannot deny that as a workable theory, but as we said, it's such a multi-layered theory. And certainly the spiritual or the supernatural, people always have a knee-jerk word for a lot of people, but I think we understand what we mean when I say that. That aspect of another dimension, another world, another supernatural, whatever you define that, because there are so many similarities between UFO phenomena, aliens, and ghosts.
The late Brad Steiner is that time. Dan Galanti, Tom Van Riser, Lisa Lyon,
This Sworn Iverson's ideas suck.
Smith, Chris Quarles, Tim Manalo, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, buddy. Mental health issues affect all of us, even if we don't always want to talk about it. But if we can talk about it, you can deal with it. The Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health cares about your well-being. Come together with your community for events all over the county. Meet others who are going through the same thing. Find resources and enjoy a day taking action for mental health. Go to takeactionlac.com to find events near you. That's takeactionlac.com. Shopping for a gift for dad or grad? Learning a language will expand their horizons and open up new opportunities in career, travel, and more. Choose from Spanish, Italian, Japanese, and over 20 more languages. Rosetta Stone memberships are for life, so your present gives them forever access to language learning tools they can use for years to come. Get it now at rosettastone.com. 40% off in June 18th.
Balance of nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world
Once you get started, you are going to notice a tremendous difference in your energy level, your diet. You're going to want to eat better. It's incredible. And I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code KSI.
New without the skill.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live streaming on the iHeartRadio app.
318. I'm Rick Hennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA officials are considering implementing mandatory air conditioning in all LA rental units. City Council unanimously passed a motion to study the cost and feasibility of installation of said units. Former President Trump said the charges against him are political persecution. More from Mark Mayfield.
Speaking to supporters Tuesday, a small club in Bedford,
Hi, you seeing this shit? Toby, you seeing this shit? Rivka, you seeing this shit? Tally, you seeing this shit? Zephyr, you seeing this shit? Sarah, you seeing this shit? Elizabeth, you seeing this shit? Abigail, you seeing this shit? Rabbi broke up with you. You seeing this shit? Cal, you seeing this shit? Adele, you seeing this shit?
Conflict of interest and perjury. The LA Times reports that the LA County District Attorney is charging Price with 10 counts. Price has served in the South LA District for a decade.
Deborah Goodell, you seeing this shit? Deborah Goodell, you seeing this shit?
Because of rear coil springs that can fall off while driving. The recall covers certain 2022 and 2023 Grand Cherokee. Owners will be notified by mail starting July 28th. Dealers will inspect the assembly.
No, you seeing this shit?
The Valley Unified School District has fired its superintendent over the school board's ban on a book on gender identity. Jody McClay has worked with the district for more than 20 years. Singer Anita Baker and Babyface will no longer work together. She dropped in from her tour over harassment from the fans. Today is Flag Day, not an official federal holiday, but it was approved by Congress back in 1949. But today is National Bourbon Day. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, afternoon sky, high below 70. Right now it's 61 degrees in the Boulder Beach. Right at our section is 52. 59 in Northridge, and it's 50 degrees in
You seeing this shit?
We
That's what you seeing this shit?
KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brittany Hennis. Chevy KFI traffic is
Kylie, you seeing this shit? Sharon, you seeing this shit? Becky, you seeing this shit? This Rabbi eats pasta, somebody eats pussy.
As a custom home designer, okay, yeah, I'm a huge stickler for authenticity. So much constraint to find me shopping for silk flowers at a place like Albert Home. But really, that's the point. There is no place like Albert Home. It's not artificial when it's art, created for you by the best floral designers in the industry. And you should also know Albert is my first choice in patio furniture. The highest grade wood, wicker, metal, and now Endura UV-resistant resin. A resin that even I cannot distinguish from heat. And also at Albert, equal outdoor upholstery, weatherproof fabrics as soft as cotton, but made from plastic clean from our oceans. So you see, Albert Home is pure magic that you can take home. Find Albert Home on Sepulveda in Van Nuys or on the web at alberthome.com. That's ALBIK home.com. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
On the Psychology of Your 20s podcast, host Jenna Shea explores the confusing and wonderful transitions of the first decade of adulthood. From imposter syndrome and the myth of the dream job to friendship breakups and more, breaks down the concept that drives these defining experiences. Life is not about being perfect, and if you both rely believing that it is, your happiness is always on the rest on the next failure. Listen to the Psychology favorite podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got negative. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. With Bambi, you get an HR person starting at $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, possible work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. And on credit, please, spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, at Bambi.com. The people in prison committed the crimes, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crimes. They are in the business of crime. Telling them they don't do anything else but commit crimes. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Keep your hearing yourself. I don't know if you know how a big vacuum works.
No, that's not what Steve Gregory told me. He said it's a crime scene.
Like blood spatter. He needs to do a better job of squeezing his eyes when he walks in. Areas,
Like a hotel room in the daylight, people too close to it.
live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24 Jacob. KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk. This program is a pre-recorded.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm the founder of the Disclosure Project, an emergency doctor, retired now, emergency medicine and trauma. I've been working in this area for about 33 years as a volunteer and as a provider of information to people in the United States government. You're seeing behind me a moment ago this event 22 years ago, May 9th, 2001. At that event, there were 22 folks who came forward, and that information is all on our website and on YouTube. And those were folks who actually, some of them, who handled extraterrestrial bodies called evens, extraterrestrial biological entities, handled craft, were on retrieval teams, all kinds of witnesses. Now, that got a certain amount of attention in Congress, but they weren't ready at that time to do hearings, which they're preparing for. I understand from people in the House Government Reform and Oversight Committee. And so over the last 16 months, I've been asked to provide as much intelligence as I can to folks who have been working to get to the bottom of this since the Congress passed a law requiring the Director of National Intelligence to come forward with information to the extent that he had it. Now, one of the problems with that process is that, and I discovered this in 1993, in December 13th of that year, when I briefed the director of the CIA at the time, R. James Woolsey, for then President Clinton. He and the president had been waved off and not given information on this subject. That's when, as a young doctor, I realized that this was being run outside appropriate oversight and supervision by the office of the president and the Congress. And that is just a fact. So at that point, of course, it sort of upended my life in many ways, but we began to try to get information to the executive branch further, do research, provide whistleblower testimony, but it was all done very quietly. I then started providing information to folks in the Congress, such as Representative Dan Burton, who was chairman of the Government House Reform and Oversight Committee, Senator Dick Bryan of Nevada, ironically, home of Area 51, on the Senate Intelligence Committee, and many others. Those proceedings went forward as a volunteer effort, and all of this is still a volunteer effort. We're unfunded volunteers. And I do want to thank every one of the people here who made this happen, all these military whistleblowers coming forward, and our staff, and most of all my wife, Emily. I'll tell you, if my wife, Emily, hadn't been a rock, we wouldn't be here. She's amazing. So, we got married 44 years ago in August. It's coming August. So, and we have 4 kids, 12 grandkids. So, ironically, my grandkids are the ages of my daughters when I started this process. So it's beautiful, but really, why is this taking so long? So in my young years, I thought, okay, we'll get this information to the president and key people in the Congress. I'll go back to my normal life, taking care of shootings and stabbings and what have you, and off we go. Well, that didn't happen, as you all know. This, and there are whistleblowers beginning to come out in other settings besides this, and I applaud them, and I think more should do so. Now, the history of this is important because if you look at the testimony we have already, it's something like 70 to 80 people that we have debriefed, videotaped, have the transcripts, and it's available to the media and the public through our website and our YouTube channel. We've very transparently put out everything we can. But to an extent, a not-for-profit entity can do it with volunteers and no office and no staff. So I don't want people to not get too grand here. This has been a volunteer effort for 33 years. And those people are heroes, as are these men up on the stage with me today. Now, and just a quick trip through some of the previous witnesses. We had Sergeant Clifford Stone. He was on an NBC team, nuclear, biological, chemical, back in the 60s, was actively involved in retrieving extraterrestrial vehicle bodies, what have you. They were called EVENs, extraterrestrial biological entities. We have his testimony. It's there for anyone to see. We have people like John Callahan, who was the top accident investigator at the FAA when the Japan Airlines event happened in the 1980s during the Reagan years, and they tried to cover it up. He took the original FAA tracking tapes. The Disclosure Project have the originals. You're welcome to see them. Those of you in the media, we can try to get those to you. So all of these sort of testimonies and witnesses have come forward already. But now we're at the stage where there's real utility, because the official law now is that the government has mandated the Pentagon, the intelligence community, to research this and report back to Congress. Now, there's a problem we'll get into a moment with that whole process, which is important that you understand, and particularly the media understand. But first, I want to tell you what we've handed off this week to Congress and to the White House and to the Pentagon AARO office, the AARO office that's tasked with investigating this. So we can go to the list of the material in the archive. It has government documents in the tens of thousands from all those countries: United States, Canada, Australia, Russia, Soviet Union, United Kingdom, and others. We have 145 top secret facilities, some of which are black sites that are named and on a map. You'll see them in a moment. The supporting documentation of it are in the archive, meaning the witnesses' testimony, who they were, when they were there, where the location is, sometimes up to where the gate is. And that's been handed over to the United States government this week. There are 752 and counting whistleblowers who've come forward over the years. Some of them are now deceased. But what's important, even the ones who are deceased, if you go to their history and their command and what they provided, there is an investigative thread to follow back in. very important. There are also files with all these witness testimonies that have been provided up to date. In the archive are 121. We learned of another one last night from a very high level whistleblower who was not ready to come forward. So there's actually 122 crash retrieval cases of these UAPs. And those are documented. Michael Schratt, who is an aerospace historian and is working full-time with us beginning in November, had worked for Lockheed, but not the Skunk Works, on conventional operations. And he is doing those investigations for us, and also the beautiful illustrations of what these witnesses have had to share, and you will see those. Then we also have the documents that includes names of witnesses. In other words, government documents that are not declassified that we have. Now, we'll get into this in a minute. And there are many so-called deep throats who provide intel on the background, who are working with us, some of whom are very senior in these operations. Others are people who have just incidentally been involved. Okay, next. So this is just a thumb pictures of all these guys that we already have come forward. They're there for you to see. They run from NASA folks and all that. It's in the YouTube channel. It's in the archive. Those were done. All these were up to 2001. So we're talking a long time ago. But that exists. It's perhaps a tree that fell in the woods a lot of you didn't know about. Next. And I want to go through this very quickly. This is just a scrolling list of the witness list. Each one of these witnesses has a file where they have either been interviewed or provided intelligence and corresponded with me, and that I have debriefed personally over the last 30 years. So you're going to see this goes on for about 100 named persons, and then it becomes a black list. It just has to be blacked out. Why? I'm not holding anything back except what I've been requested to by people whose confidence I have told them I will keep. So I'm a medical doctor. We understand patient, doctor confidentiality, like an attorney understands that. But until these guys want to be unmasked and come forward, we will not disclose their names, except the redacted list is something available to the media and to the public. Now, in addition to that, and it's very important, the unredacted list and the full files, including all my correspondence files, are in the unredacted archive. It's about, let's see, isn't it cool that you can put terabytes on something like this? This is all it is, but it's about a terabyte. We have about 8 terabytes of information. We're in the process of scanning it and trying to put it into a searchable database. This has been provided to the intelligence community, as I mentioned, Pentagon, Congress, and the White House. It is also the redacted version would be available to the media if you can help us get it on a hard drive. We're really not funded properly, and each of these costs several $100. So we gave out 1,000 of them. It's more than we've ever had. But nevertheless, it is an open archive. Eventually, we want to have it on an internet site. But the names that you're seeing now, you're going to see all their information is blacked out. And it's because they've asked not to be named. Now, they can be known by people who are working in a skiff and have a vault and who have the ability to then pursue it in the interest of national security. That has been provided to these key offices. So I just wanted to give you that as sort of an overview of how the list was constructed. It is by no means complete. We have a new whistleblower coming forward every week or two now at this point. And Michael Schratt's nodding his head. Yeah, this has become a torrent. And so we want to set up a mechanism. We're recommending that you'll hear what our recommendations are for the President and Congress to resolve this crisis. Next. So I wanted to mention that these bases, if you look at them, let's go to, this is where all these illegal operations have happened. I'm saying illegal because we can prove that this information, as Senator Inouye said, you'll hear his statement in a moment, has been run by a very shadowy, deep black operation We're not talking the legal black budget of the United States. We're talking about projects that presidents, CI directors, secretaries of defense, members of the Congress who have a need to know and are cleared TSSCI in SCIFs, secure compartmented information facilities, have been blatantly either gaslit or denied access. That is the foundation of everything we've done, is that these projects are a priori illegal and therefore unconstitutional and have to be reined in, because not doing so is a threat to the national security. So here's your list. I'm not going to go through 145 sites. Some of them are black sites. Some of them are bases you know about, like Wright, Patterson, Edwards, Nellis, Area 51, so called. But all of them are based on witness testimony and intelligence we've gathered over the last 30 years. And it's time for it to be disclosed. And so now you have it. Next. Here's one. When people go out in the Mojave Desert, Michael Schratt took this picture when it was okay to fly near it in a small private plane. It is the site for the Lockheed Range underground entrance. What's in there? Well, there are man-made, this is the big story, no one's telling you. A large number of the UAPs are in fact deep black budget electromagnetic field propulsion devices based on the study of extraterrestrial vehicles that began in the 1940s. That is a fact. We can prove it. So when you see these sort of places, just remember, many of them, I want to be careful what I'm saying here. Someone who is in charge of the black budget of the United States in 2022 went out to the Lockheed Skunk Works based on some information he had. He was shown a bunch of old jet aircraft. He knew he was being gaslit, and they reached out to me, and I said, "What do you want? I'll give you everything we have." And that's what's happened over the last 16 months. So I cannot name this person, but they're a wonderful person of enormous integrity and hero of our country. So I want to just go through quickly some of the new ones who aren't here. Now, the reason these have initials, they're waiting to be cleared for coming forward publicly. They're afraid. Let me explain to you why they are. This man, here's just his incoming letter. We get these every day. Now, he's afraid he'll lose his pension. He signed an 80-year non-disclosure agreement. He has been threatened, and some of these have seriously had their lives threatened. It's a very thuggish situation going on that the Department of Justice and FBI need to drill down on very quickly. Next. Here's an illustration of one event that he was involved in back when there was a extraterrestrial vehicle that crashed and then ultimately ended up in Lawton, Oklahoma, near Fort Sill. This man has been in a skiff with these objects. These illustrations are based on his direct testimony and hours of discussions since 2016. Here is a small extraterrestrial body, about 39 inches long, that was retrieved in that operation. There are extraterrestrials of various sizes. The last known count I had of different civilizations involved with this, about 60 to 70 in that range, and I think there will be more. Next. This is one of the underground command centers that he was assigned to from the Pentagon. He was with the Technical Management Office and in some other offices, and investigated some criminal activities that occurred with a 3-star general related to this subject that the Department of Justice was basically unable to prosecute because they were denied access to the operations. Next. And here's one that was also in this another facility as an extraterrestrial vehicle. He actually was there very close to it. This gentleman wants to come forward. He needs to be protected. That's why we're calling for explicit witness protection and explicit pension and asset protection for these whistleblowers. Next. And this is just an indication of a type of electromagnetic system that actually can cloak any tank or any object that we've developed over the years, and he was read into this as well. Next. So there's another gentleman. I'm going to run through these very quickly. We'd be here for 30 hours if I didn't. I'm just giving you a tip of the iceberg, right? This is a guy who is at the Dugway Proving Grounds, very key facility, MS we call him. He worked for Seed Martin Corporation, contractor, and he was in a facility that had an extraterrestrial vehicle that was being studied by scientists. He knows the chief scientist involved. He has named that individual to us, and they can all be subpoenaed now. So this object was there in 2009. He didn't know the date of acquisition, but he thought it was fairly recent. Next. He also was read into and had the chief scientist show him the location, which we now have, of a dumb, deep underground military base that is in the Dugway sector, so-called Avery sector, A-V-E-R-Y. And it has huge capacity for parking. You go in, and there's a vast underground complex in that location. That location has been handed off to investigators with the U.S. government. Next. This gives an illustration of the size of this. You can put easily on the platform that goes down the Air Force One. It's a very large elevator goes down underground. Next. And then we have this gentleman. He was not long ago in the Nellis Range in the Nevada test site north of Nellis Air Force Base. And he, next slide, was on a retrieval team. Now, let me explain how this guy got involved. He was recruited out of Fort Campbell to be somebody to be on a retrieval team with a top secret clearance to pick up when we have an accident with a helicopter or jet, because there's classified technology on those often. Our YouTube pilot here will explain that perhaps. The point is, he went from there, and that was preparatory to being on a retrieval team for this. So he was involved with this operation. It was a man-made, so-called alien reproduction vehicle. It's called by some people, or AT. A lot of people just call them advanced technologies, a euphemism. But it's based on studying the electrogravitics and magnetic field propulsion systems of the interstellar vehicles that involve the science of quantum entanglement and, going, basically you want to go from one point in space and to another. Say this is one point, this is another. You're not going through a straight line. You're folding space-time. That's how you do it. We're not going to do a physics lesson here, but enough of that pre-med. But anyway, so this is an object, and I'm not a physicist. We have a physicist here. But this object was retrieved because it became disabled. Some of these retrieval operations are not extraterrestrial, but they would like sometimes the public to think maybe it was, because the bigger secret, I will tell you right now, is not the extraterrestrial issue. It's these technologies, which an unsupervised and frankly illegal operation have, which is a threat to the national security, period. This we will prove. And this is a bigger threat, the existence of these in the hands of unsupervised operations that have escaped the oversight of the President of the office of the President and the Congress since 1956 to 1960. Hence Eisenhower's speech, aware of the military-industrial complex. This is actually what he's talking about. I know people who have since passed away, like a witness, Stephen Lubkin, who was at the White House with Eisenhower, who said point blank, the president lost control of these projects and that he was very upset and angry about it, but these projects became so compartmentalized that he no longer could control them. So this is one. You can see there are rivets and what have you. And we'll go through this later after our fine gentleman whistleblowers speak. But I want to give you this overview really quickly. Next. So this is actually an extraterrestrial vehicle, a very large one that was at the Nellis North Range. We have the location of the helipad. It's Delta Force manned. This occurred back in that same era, around 2009, about 65 feet across. It's seamless, but it has sort of a clamshell part of it. There was a ramp that rolled out, like he said, like a fruit roll-up that came out of it, and there was a ARV above it that was headed in lock. It was an electromagnetic lock on this object. I think it was stunned, and that's how it's brought down. This is not infrequent, not every day, but not infrequent. I've said over the last 80 years, at least 122 have come down. So there are helicopters. He was on the team to pick up debris. This one was, of course, intact. It began to pulse and operate, came back to life, as it were. And the entire group that was there basically were put in some kind of a stasis electromagnetically. Sounds like science fiction. Teleported back to the helipad instantly. But before that happened, he had this meeting with two of these extraterrestrial biological entities, a male and a female. This is very accurate. According to the whistleblower, he used to come forward with adult protection, and it had no antenna, the ears outside, and had no hair, and there was a male and a female. And it was made very clear to him by these beings that they were completely not hostile. All extraterrestrial civilizations are not hostile. If they were hostile, the technologies they have would have been made quite clear to us in August of 1945. So this, later he had an event when he tried to leave that command where there was a fake, it's called a program life form alien. These have been used, what you hear in the fable lore of abductions and stuff in UFO lore. This is actually a man-made creature. It's not living per se. It has a covering the skin like. It tried to take him with one of these ARVs in command, and some people camouflaged in the ground near his truck after he got out of this command. He was disgusted with what was happening. He no longer wanted to be part of that project, but they weren't happy he left. I told him it's a miracle that he lived to tell this tale. And so what happened is that his pickup truck went into sort of complete block, motor died because of this man-made UAP. He opened the door because he saw this creature, which he thought was an alien. It's not. And he hit it, it fell, he kicked it, and it split open this outer, he saw the integrated circuits and fiber optics and what have you. This man I've dealt with quite a bit. He was ready to come to the Aero skiff. He had a nasty encounter, and so we have not been able to bring him to the Aero Pentagon briefing next. And this is one that came in 2009. We had a witness SL, we call him Coast Guard, and this is his incoming letter to me, redacted information. And then he told us about an event off of Guam where his Coast Guard ship, which is a buoy servicing vehicle out there, was called in on a mutual assist. And he got there, and you'll see in the next picture, there was an extraterrestrial vehicle that we hit down. We got lost in the deep waters there in the Marianas Trench, and it had gotten caught and tangled up. And oddly, a fisherman net from Japan, a trawler, big trawler. And so they were called in to retrieve this. He went and did retrieve it. He was part of the crew that most of them went down quarters, but with blackout windows. He was there above ground. Took a very sharp object to try to scratch it, impenetrable, could not scratch it, could not penetrate it. These are very advanced metallurgy, nanomolecular material, interstellar vehicles. Next. So what's going on with this? All of you have seen over the last 4 or 5 years these footage come out from the Pentagon confirmed are three-dimensional objects with sensors and what have you, the so-called Tic Tac and others. Now, I've spoken to one of the pilots who chased these objects. You've seen it on CNN, 60 Minutes, all these places. What hasn't been told when this event happened in the early 2000s is that these objects, which you'll see in a moment, particularly one of them, we have matching top-secret witness testimony of them being a man-made object that our jet pilots and military don't know exists. This is dangerous in terms of deconflicting operations. So let's go to the next and play this.
Hey, this is fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My God. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. The whole thing, dude. That's not LNS though, is it? It's not LNS, dude. Well, if there's another thing, it's rotating.
This is the so-called Tic Tac now.
project on the board. Well, good. Woohoo! Project is happening.
Now, of course, this has been called an unknown UAP, what have you. We can excuse the Pentagon and most of the military and the White House and the Congress for not knowing what this is, because the operations that have been building these are deep black illegal, and they are not disclosing it properly to the authorities in our constitutional democracy and republic. This is based on a sighting of a group of people. It's basically the same object in the 1960s, 1967. Let's go to the next slide. And it's sort of a sketch here, the so-called vintage steam boiler. These have been seen in multiple places around since the 1950s and 60s. Next. Here's one that's a very good color illustration of it. Notice the probes on it. Extraterrestrial vehicles do not have this. These electrostatic discharge objects. We're not going to get into all the physics of this. Our team understands it, and we're welcome to share that in a longer brief with the media folks. And here's the 2004 Alta Vista San Diego Tic Tac. It's fundamentally the same object. Next. And here it is. We have a top secret whistleblower came forward a few months ago in 1991. So now we're talking quite some time ago, way before the 2004 event, that is offloading of a C-130 on one of these UAPs. It is actually a man-made one. And here you have the color illustration. This man is very afraid to come forward. He was warned not to, and at one point was told he would be, quote, executed next. So here's what we need to go through very quickly. It's a lot to unpack. This is not intended to be, we just did a 2-day conference right next door. The media are welcome to get that entire event with all the details for you if you wish to have it, or people get it to you. But basically, there are two types of these called UAPs, and I've said this. Some are extraterrestrial vehicles, ETVs, and some are ATs or ARVs, advanced reproduction vehicles, or alien reproduction vehicles. People use different terms. The extraterrestrial groups are absolutely not hostile. However, screaming caps, they are increasingly concerned about human hostility in our weapon systems, which include nuclear and scalar, so-called. Dr. Zahari shared this weekend about what scalar electromagnetic fields are. But just to give you a sense of it, you all know what electromagnetic pulse is. That's at the speed of light. The scalar systems are, instead of a wave, it's a point that goes out longitudinally. Some call them longitudinal waves. These have been studied. Tesla talked about scalar systems. They have been weaponized. And those are the primary systems used to target and hit these electromagnetic field propulsion craft that cause them to fall like a rock out of the sky. You do not travel from another star system and cannot navigate a thunderstorm in New Mexico. That ain't going to happen. So even at that point, these have been early systems. We have a FBI memo from a field agent that we released. It's now one of the most watched, viewed documents on the FBI website of the fact that a field agent at the after Roswell said to J. Edgar Hoover that a disk was downed because we had switched on a new radar system. So let me explain the euphemisms that are used in this field. Radar can track an aircraft by bouncing a wave off of the fuselage, but it also can have piggybacked an active system to not to hit it. So you can have an active weapon system embedded in a radar system. So that's what began to be experimented with, and this is why from the mid-40s forward, there were a number of these downed objects that we've been able to document. If we've documented 122 of them, I suspect there have been multiple numbers of that. So the what's very important about this, these technologies are unsanctioned. They are illegal operations, and this can be proven in any court of law. And we're about to launch a massive civilian RICO action, racketeer, influence, corrupt organization action against the corporations and the individuals involved. These technologies would immediately solve the world's energy, environmental, and poverty problems. Why? These are what people call senior executive with a big Fortune 100 company contacted us. Some people say free energy. There's 0 point in quantum vacuum energy systems, pulling energy out of what's called the fabric of space-time. These begin to be developed. Tesla knew about this, so I think Elon Musk doesn't have a Tesla as a Musk. A real Tesla would have to plug in. It'd have one little battery in it. But the point is that these technologies would have a huge revolutionary effect. Macroeconomically, there would be some losers: oil industry, public utilities, nuclear power, now wind, solar, surface roads eventually would be obsolete. So it's a very significant technological advance, and for near enough century, they have all been withheld. We just released an educational documentary film you can all see called The Lost Century and How to Reclaim It. It's a 2-hour expose of this. I suggest everyone look at it if you have a chance tonight. So these organizations have also been targeting and successfully down into ET vehicles. The covert group has technologies to launch a convincing false flag operation detrimental to the national security. This was the chief topic of my briefing for 3-star General Patrick Hughes at the Pentagon during the Clinton years, because he was not read into this. There were some events that had happened where you could trigger a world war because your top folks in the Congress, the White House, the Pentagon, the CIA, many of them, if they're not part of this covert group, this deep black group illegally, they have no idea what's going on because of the nature of TSSCI, the hyper compartmentalization that happened in the 50s. So these actions really are a threat to world security and national security, and they have to be reined in immediately. I want to use my words carefully here. A clock, I understand, has been put on this getting resolved through hearings and other means, and by the end of this year, it needs to be resolved. And that's all I want to say at this point. So these actions really are dangerous. They are crimes against humans worldwide. We're going to get into that. And some of these crimes need to be referred to the International Court. Some of them involve, as you'll hear from our attorney, crimes against humanity. We applaud the current actions of the Congress and the President to sign the bill to get to the bottom of this. They have very courageously stepped forward. We're trying to get them everything they would need to know. And I will tell you, the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive literally has everything they would need to know to get to the absolute end of this. It's been handed to them. So the chief characteristics of this illegal secret government called ISG projects, they're the legal, the CIA folks and Pentagon people, and most of the people in the government are victims of this. They're not culpable. When people say, why is the government hiding all this? Well, the government is very complex and it's highly compartmentalized. These operations have been run by a clandestine, unsanctioned group, and therefore our military and our intelligence community and our political leaders are in fact victims of this secrecy. I want to refer very briefly to one of the very first CIA directors, Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, who in 1961 wrote to the New York Times and said the secrecy around UFOs is a threat to the national security, not the UFOs. So what has happened is it's all been turned on its head, where they're trying to say UAPs are a threat. Well, the man-made ones are, the extraterrestrial ones are. This has to be made crystal clear to the American people so we don't stumble into an absolute disaster of epic proportions. So these operations that I'm referring to in the United States, we have parallel projects in Australia at Pine Gap. There are projects in the United Kingdom. These are all very sub rosa, off the radar. I have done briefings for the Minister of Defenses of Australia, Canada, and the Great Britain. None of them were read into these projects, and yet we had evidence they were ongoing. So they also act without acknowledging any national boundaries. What do I mean by that? So we have an operational facilities in other countries that we move in and out of with alacrity, without any knowledge or approval of that government. So this is also not good, obviously, and dangerous. But because of the nature of our operations, which can be cloaked, that have these ARV vehicles, they can move off radar, they can go in and out of areas, and we have witnesses who can prove what I just said. Blackmail, bribery, and intimidation is the stock in trade and is the operational core of this illegal secret government program. Many of our whistleblowers have been threatened and have been blackmailed, and in the case of some of us, attempts at bribery, including myself. Next. So these are the actions we recommend immediately, now that this is all coming out by the Congress and the government. Next. And I want to remind everyone who's in office, all military know this, I do solemnly swear to affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. So this is quite a list. I want to go through it very quickly. These are being conveyed over to the government in various offices. This investigation of the UAP issue and based on the intelligence archive should happen immediately and be increased in its pace and scope. The presidential executive order needs to occur immediately to stand down all targeting of these extraterrestrial vehicles by these overt projects, because it is dangerous and it is an existential threat to security of the entire world, not just our country. The executive order requiring all military intelligence contractors and other agencies of the U.S. government to disclose to Congress and White House all information, material, and technologies and locations and related assets. If not complied with within around 6 months, we think that the offending party should be prosecuted criminally for treason and other crimes against the United States. The executive order we need an executive order where the State Department and Pentagon coordinate a global diplomatic as opposed to military response to these extraterrestrial civilizations. Should have happened. Barry Goldwater, Senator Goldwater, told me it was, excuse my language, goddamn mistake then and goddamn mistake now that this was ever kept secret like this. He was not allowed in this project. When he tried to get in, General Curtis LeMay told him he could never ask him about it again. We have that whole trail with former Senator Goldwater. So we also need to have an executive order so that the U.S. Patent Office that has seized these zero point and related technologies under bogus application of the national security laws, and we have a copy of an inventor had one of these happen to him. Those have to be reversed. Those patents have to be released, and inventors and scientists around the world that have come across these, look, the laws of the universe are universal, and they've been discovered by folks. They get grabbed, they're either put on a black shelf or they get this national security order slapped on them. Those have to be reversed, and those should be released open source to the public. We also need an executive order to immediately require that the U.S. Space Force and Pentagon coordinate assets with the State Department, the United Nations, and other governments to initiate further open communication with these civilizations. The Space Force could be very useful in this regard if it's deployed properly. All of the military would be very important. And I want to emphasize, both the people who work in most of these corporations and in these agencies and the Pentagon have no knowledge, of these illegal operations. And we should not paint them all with this brush of being culpable. It's not. These are the rogue elements. An executive order to immediately disclose advanced energy generating technologies should happen. These are held by some of these corporations and agencies. This would, within 10 to 20 years, end all pollution on Earth and all global poverty. It's not a pipe dream. Those technologies are extant. They have been around for a while, and we need them, and we need them 60 years ago, 70 years ago. Next. So, these are going to continue, and we don't have time to go through all of these. So the reason I'm going through these is that there's a specific action plan that we have. You can read these. They'll be in the press briefing materials if you need them. And I think it needs to happen very quickly because this is all going to come out, and there needs to be an organized response. The congressional recommendations, Congress should immediately pass a $50 billion research bill to develop and bring forward the safe technologies related to zero point and quantum vacuum energy systems. We provided 50-some billion for the chip industry. This is way more important. And frankly, it needs to come out very, very soon, given what we're facing with the climate and global poverty issues. That's something that needs to be put on the front burner. It's certainly a more important agenda than the partisan bickering that we see today. Amnesty provisions need to be passed explicitly for people wanting to come forward. I have a major number of folks who are executives, corporate, also whistleblowers, some of whom have been involved in activities that are not legal. If they come forward, they should have immunity so that this can all be unwound in a orderly and peaceful way. That needs to happen very quickly, and it should be included in a bill this year. The Congress should also convene open hearings on this. I understand from discussions with a member of the House Government Reform and Oversight Committee that this has been discussed by the chairman and the Speaker of the House. I think that should be put on the front burner and move forward very quickly. We will provide all information and have already provided all information they will need. There are, I'm sure, other archives that can be brought to bear, and other whistleblowers are now going to be coming forward, probably several a week at this point. Congress should be 30-some years I've been dealing with this. I have dealt with multiple people who have been flat out threatened with execution. One of them is sitting here at this table, perhaps more. So this, next slide. One of the things I just want to mention is the Lost Century was crowdfunded. And look at the subtitle, How to Reclaim It. Because there's a century of technological, scientific progress that would greatly benefit all of humanity, not just the United States. We all live on this beautiful sphere floating through space together. It needs to very much come forward. It's 100 years is long enough for secrecy. Next. So I want to introduce someone I've gotten to know. We first met last year. By the way, all of these military guys have been, and corporate folks have been to the SCIF, the Security Compartment Information Facility. The Disclosure Project has funded all of this for personal needs and travel. That's why we appreciate your donations and contributions. But Colonel Heckert, he is a retired and very decorated United States Air Force Command pilot. During his extensive career, Colonel Heckert flew over 100 combat reconnaissance missions, including 11 years in high-altitude aircraft developed by the Lockheed Skunk Works. These were not alien reproduction vehicles, such as the U-2 and the TR-1, and flew alongside the famed SR-71 Blackbird. In the late 70s and early 1980s, Colonel Heckert commanded the nation's largest nuclear monitoring facilities and radiological processing lab, and was responsible for the airborne collection of debris from nuclear explosions worldwide. Later, he was commander of classified operations in the Middle East and subsequently served as a special project director at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where he was involved with countless classified development operations. Colonel Heckert also spent time working out of Groom Lake, Area 51, where he conducted flight operations and project management, evaluation, and research. Please welcome my friend and hero of our country, Colonel Heckert. Well, thank you for being here and listening. I need to establish just a couple facts. I've been involved with SCI vaults and code words since 1964, and my last access with the Air Force and other agencies was 1967. For the last 8 months, I've been involved again in SCI discussions, thanks to this gentleman and all of these people sitting next to you and all of those volunteers. The things I want to share are first just a little bit of historical information quickly. You know the name Kelly Johnson. Kelly Johnson and the gentleman, Ben Rich, who succeeded him, I got to know very well. I've got a 1953 UFO report signed by Kelly Johnson and his engineers. And in that same UFO thing, about 4 hours later, it appears over his house. And Dr. Greer has a letter that Kelly Johnson sent to the National Director of Intelligence saying, this is real, this needs to be investigated.
Oh my God.
I am very fortunate to have been a pilot. I've got over 7,000 hours of time. I currently live in Alaska with my wife, Alice, and a whole bunch of grandchildren, and that's a real blessing. The two documented encounters, and I'm sorry that, did they have that up on the screen? Showing that on. I'll make sure it's available. These are the two airplanes that I flew that had UFO encounters. The first one was during the latter stages of the Vietnam War. I was flying an operation called Linebacker 3 going into Laos. I was in an orbit at 14,500 feet just south of the Laotian border. And my two armed escorts, because the RF is unarmed and they're there to protect me, were delayed on takeoff. So I'm doing just a racetrack type orbit. There are things that monitor in warfare called GCI sites. These are radar sites that vector in the fighters to the people that are intercepting you. What happens next is that I get an alert from 3 GCI sites and the early foreman AWACS that I've got traffic that is a fast mover near Mach 1 coming out of North Vietnam, Laos, heading for me in orbit. That concerns me because my armed escort isn't there. Now I'm completing about halfway down this next pathway, and they tell me, oh, don't worry, that target is above 70,000 feet, and you know it can't get at you at this point. So I'm a little relieved, but then I finally get to see it, and it's on a wavelength of light that I've only seen one other place, and that is in a nuclear pile on an active nuclear power generation, and it's called Teller Light. Very unique, very white, very, very bright. So we look up, and it's an 11 o'clock, and over here off my left shoulder about 10 o'clock. My backseaters is stumbling to make their emergency detection systems and our defensive systems active. We watch this thing, and it's way above there, and I'm a little relieved until all of a sudden, through the mid-term of the orbit, it comes from 70,000 feet down to 12,500 feet in 2 seconds. And now it's tracking off my nose and staying at 5 nautical miles away. It sets off everything in my aircraft, the three GCIs and the AWACS are really concerned about me at this point. And as we go on parallel with this thing flying at 5 miles an hour, I'm really concerned. And then they ask me, will you intercept this if you can? Well, the airplane, the RF-4C, is a Mach 2 plus airplane. I've been in flight for a little while, and so I probably, if I go to afterburner, you only have about 15 minutes of fuel left. But I agreed to intercept. The reason I did was I have a new one-of-the-kind IR infrared sensor, but it's on the bottom of the airplane. So my backseater and I agree, hey, this is important. We can see this. We need to document it. Go to afterburner, and we accelerate very quickly through Mach 1, go up to about Mach 1.2, and I close to within 3 nautical miles of this UFO. And we've got it now on our radar. We've got it pegged. The guy in the back seat can't see it on his display because it's sensor pointing down. So I pitch up, do a supersonic climb up, and he says, we got it, we got it, we got it. That white light at 3 miles goes out of sight within less than 2 seconds. And they say, don't worry about it. It's above 80,000 feet in those 2 seconds. I go back to the home base because I'm out of fuel, land, all that material, all the mission material is confiscated. And I'm told, don't talk about it. But what happens next is I'm not happy with that answer because I've seen something very, very real. I call the GCI site on what's called the Audubon or telephone system. I say, hey, I'd like to talk to the senior controller that was on duty, tell him I was a UFO pilot that they were just controlling. And he comes on the phone and says, hey, we're all really excited about this. And then I hear him say, yes, sir. Okay, goodbye. I couldn't talk to the other 2 GCI sites, and that goes away, and I never know anything about it until later. The next one is on a U2R, that's Blackbird. I'm at 70,000 feet above that on the DMZ of Korea. This has been a combo mission, which means I'm taking photo intelligence during the daylight, and I'm doing what is called an E-length comment mission in a butterfly crack 3 miles off the DMZ. We have a sunshade that protects you during the daytime in the U2 because the sunlight's so intense. You're about above 98% of the atmosphere at that point. Anyway, I have that slidden back. Everything's looking good. And all of a sudden, I am blinded by that same frequency light from above. It turns my black airplane white. And the U2 has the last-ditch saving method to avoid a missile. Can do a turn at less than 7 nautical miles at the same altitude the SR-71 is at. SR-71 takes 100. There's nothing to my knowledge in the world that is man-made that can stay with the U2 at that altitude turning the max turn unless it's another U2. This light tracks me from above. I can show you later missiles that come between me and my other RF-4. My airplane has got holes in it. They never made me aboard a reconnaissance operational mission. This scared me so bad that I had to abort. When I land, normal debrief does not take place. They just say, go shower and go to your room. Okay. So what happens next in my career is that because of my wife's concern, she said, hey, we got to take a respite of this. By the way, she worked at Air America, Foodporn Air Force Base in Thailand for the CIA. Anyway, she says, we got to get out of this. You know, you're getting a little too sense, and now we have 2 children, and I'm worried. So I take an assignment to what's called AVTAC. And AVTAC was established in the predecessor in 1945 due to the development and the concern of little boy and fat man to nuclear bombs. Those are important of air sampling, pollution sampling, primary pollution that they were concerned about, radiologic from 1945 on. At that point, I'm assigned at the base commander level. I have sites all over. I'm sorry I can't show you slides of that. But we're involved in things like raising a K129 video that I got about 5 years ago. It shows my site at ADTU detected the breaking of that submarine. That same site at ADTU and my site sense a nuclear underwater test out in South Africa, and that's called the VELA, VELA incident. And my boss at headquarters fired over that incident 2 years later because the administration denied that test never took place. The Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Colonel Mathis, Chief Scientist for the White House, and the Secretary of the Interior come to my vault, and they want a briefing on our data, and we really think that happened. They left believing it really happened, and as a result, South Africa destroys 4 nuclear warheads they had. Israel will never admit they were part of that joint venture. From there, I go to Europe as one of the first 4 in the TR1 program, and through just accidental events again, because of the sickness that our intel officer goes through. I'm the only one that has a code word clearance, and so I'm assigned to do his duties while he recovers, and I'm exposed to all of the peacetime aerial reconnaissance data in Europe and Africa. I'm in charge of scheduling those events and trying to get us integrated with the TR1 into the peacetime aerial program in the European theater. From there, this is supposed to be a 4-year assignment. At the 14th month of my tour in Europe, I am required to, or I was asked, do I want to fly a high flyer again? And of course I said yes. You do a process when you go to a classified site called shape dipping. And so they put fictitious orders in your official files. I go overseas and work in the Middle East and actually work with Delta Force on a hijacking in June of 1985 during that tour. And we lost a soldier on the rim. But this is in direct coordination with MI6 because it's a British base and that's now declassified. But it was quite an experience. The only problem is that there was a conflict in the chain of command. I was supposed to be the chief test pilot for the U2 program back at Edwards as a follow-on assignment they promised me. Instead, that assignment's canceled. I'm held in that remote location for 10 days. My wife is about to disown me, and I am told I'm going to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The new job for the first 6 months is Director of High Altitude Test for the Air Force.
the next job, and this is through the end of my career, is the program director for the YouTube TR1 SR71 and other advanced classified programs. I need to transfer to this and tell you about a recovery that we did called Project Morning Light. It is a reconnaissance satellite that comes down, and eventually parts of it end up in Slave Lake, and there's radioactivity that's cleaned up from that. That also involved a U2 or being a UFO. The other thing I wanted to just share with you is the 3 events in Area 51. And those events themselves are first a security breach. And the reason I'm there is because some of my funds in my black programs, and I was required to justify that black budget to the head of the House and Senate Select Intelligence Committee on a quarterly basis. Some of those funds are not being spent. My projects aren't going forward. I'm there, and I overhear 2 people talking about using baby sensors to photograph an aerial vehicle flying at night. They're going to make a lot of money. Well, I report that immediately. Those people are arrested, and I don't know anything more about that event, except none of that imagery they took got released. The next one is that I have a number of cost overruns in my projects. I'm back and I look, and I'm finding that other programs are using my funds diverted for their use, and that's what's slowing my development. And I'm very upset about it. The last part, and this is
Michael, I know this is speculation, but what remains to be
I'm sorry I'm having my senior moments. Give me.
Well, I think what I've been able to document is
I will let you, but I'm available afterwards. I'm sorry I've taken so long. I know this is tired.
I think we have to.
Thank you. Hero. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Pickard. There's a lot more. I said each of these witnesses have stories to unpack from, for example, Area 51 and what have you. It would take hours. But I want to give you a sense that this is really the tip of the iceberg. These represent 0.5% of the Disclosure Project witness list. So the next gentleman I'd like to introduce is a figure of great support for us. He's a Marine who in 2009 in Indonesia had a direct encounter with one of the man-made operations, and he is Michael Herrera. He is very courageous in coming forward. The first time he contacted me, because I know of these sort of operations that he came across on his mission, I told him that every single person I knew who knew about what he had seen had not lived to tell this story. He's enormously courageous. Thank you. Welcome to Michael Herrera.
Well, thank you all for being here. What I'm about to tell you hasn't been something that I've disclosed until recently in the help of Dr. Bear, among other people, so I appreciate your help with this. In 2009, my unit, which was most degraded infantry battalion in the entire Marine Corps, which was 75th Marines, was called in to do humanitarian assistance operations out in the Philippines, which was Operation Kinsana, which we were attached to the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, which conducts maritime operations all throughout Southeast Asia, in conjunction with the 7th Naval Fleet, which houses one landing helo deck for LHD among LPDs, which is what I was on, called a USS Denver. Ironically, that's where I'm from, so that felt like home. Now, during that operation in Quezon in the Philippines, they had actually heard that a tsunami and earthquake hit the western part of Sumatra, which is western Indonesia, the Dang City more specifically. Out of all the ships in the Seventh Fleet, the ship I was on was the only one that was routed to that location, which was oddly strange. But then again, this is my first humanitarian operation, so I don't know the logistics of it, but the skipper of the ship would probably know that information. So this happened September 30th. We ended up getting called and dropped anchor around October 8th. We are briefed in the ward room, which is the officers' mess where they eat like the cafeteria per se. We're briefed that there is some of President Obama's family members that are present on either in the city or somewhere near there. They have SEAL platoon that was ready to go to retrieve those people. Us knowing well that Indonesia is also the second largest terrorist capital where they train these guys and they'll send them up to whatever theater of operation where anybody wants to peace the United States, they ship them up to go handle it. So we know that well, and we were then briefed that we were going to be armed during this operation just to also provide security for the transportation coming to basically drop off medical supplies, sheltering items, food, purified water, things like that. So they ended up selecting certain Marines to go ahead and do this. We were only in six Marines, so had NCOs on top of other Marines to help with that. So we again boarded CH-53 Super Stallions, which are gigantic helicopters that are roughly 100 feet long. I love the design of them; it's my personal favorite. We ended up boarding us on the ship. We flew to the southwestern part of the city, which is Padang. Looked a lot different through satellite imagery that I've recently seen. Back then is a lot different, especially because most of it was decimated, on fire, rubble, flooded, you name it. Basically, the worst kind of scenario you could ever see. From then, once we touched down on this landing strip, it took probably about 2 minutes. And then again, the pilots got radio confirmation.
That has been very helpful for our understanding of our current world. And also, it was wanting to know about genetic anomalies. What's the relationship between genetic and behavior is not very well understood. There may be some link there, but I think there's more to a human being than chemistry. I think that's part of the picture. We have a body that has chemical elements that is structured, proteins, omegos, different molecules of different elements. So that's part of what we are, but I think we have a mental body as well, which can be influenced not just by genetics, but by different energies. And some personalities, they get attracted by certain energies that result in the kinds of destructive behaviors that you're talking about. So if somebody keeps in contact with that type of energy, darkness, illusion, chaos, that they do the kinds of things that we were talking about. But if someone is able to make contact with more positive energies and put that kind of energy out, they're going to be better off. They won't be doing those kind of self-destructive things. Michael, let's go back to the beginning. How did you get involved with this kind of work and research? Well, I think I've always had, as far back as I can remember, even as a childhood, I've had a sense of wanting to know what the truth is about things. Even on a very, very simple level. I've always been interested in what's really going on here. And I think I've also always had a sense of justice, wanting to be treated fairly myself and see others treated fairly as well. So I think there's everybody has
confirmation to go ahead and drop us into certain parts. So we again dropped to a hasty LZ, which took probably about 6-7 minutes to fly to from that position. And we dropped to a hasty LZ. We got off the bird, and what we were instructed to do at that point, the briefing, was to push to a high ground at least to get better observation. As a Marine, the tactical advantage that you get from having a observation from the top point is you see everything clearly. You can also, coordinate from there. At that time, we had did a tactical column, which we were able to get eyes on pretty much everything, especially with 6 Marines. So we have the effective communication at that point. If we need to engage, we can properly do it within the amount of ammunition we've got, as well as the weapons that we have, which were only M16. So at that point, we decided to push forward. We trekked up about 300 meters. At this time, I have a Panasonic camera that has the ability to take photographs. It has the ability to take videos, obviously. When we got to this high point, I was taking video camera, and I had actually turned to the north, which just kind of slopes down. And right there was something that stuck out like a sore thumb, especially with jungle terrain, things like that. Vegetation, very green stuff. Something that stuck out so well, it's always going to be basically imprisoned in my mind for the rest of my life, and it has been for 14 years, was something that was rotating, and it was transitioning between colors like a light matte gray, as well as a dark matte black. So in between, that's what it kept. It was very smooth. We had all of each other as we got online, and we decided to investigate. The further thing I want to say is that I actually took pictures and video of this before we actually trucked down. We had a dump pouch where we basically, if we expend ammunition, we want to retain our magazines, so we put those there. So I dropped my camera in there, and we decided to go down. We didn't have any communications, which was weird, and that's a very odd thing, and it's something that either could have been good that we didn't, or it could have been something that could have been very bad. And it just however you want to look at it. Once we got down this slope, we were approximately 150 meters away from this craft. When we all got to the point where we could see it, just like behind here, again, this traffic. You can see that the craft here actually was roughly about 300 feet. And the reason why I know this is because you can fit 3 of the helicopters that we flew in on underneath this craft. It was rotating in a clockwise motion. The panels here that you see, the black ones, at least 3 of them, looks like a Vanta black, very dark. I have no idea what that was. On the very top, there was like a pyramid structure that you could see the shadowing of it, which that was a pyramid structure. And it had an audible hum to it, kind of like a guitar amp. If you were to unplug that, or like a transformer, it's very audible. If I was to hear that sound again, I could tell you, okay, it's probably this thing or something similar to that. It's very distinct. And the way that it was floating, which was about 10 or 15, 20 feet off the ground, it was kind of a very eerie thing to see because I've never seen anything like that in my life. When we got up to that point, we were then intercepted by a team of soldiers or rogue military force, if you will. The most concerning thing about this is they all had American dialects. They had American gear. They had OTVs, black. They had black camouflage. They had very similar setups to what we have, but more high speed, something what you would see special operation groups these days have. They had no insignias on. They had no ranks. They had nothing that would signify who they were. They had black ball caps. They had M4A4s that were equipped with ACOGs, which was a step up from what we were currently issued, as well as PEC-16 IR illumination devices that you use for night vision and night patrols, things like that. So we were engaged. We had 8 of them put the drop on us. You could audibly hear them blow the safety selectors off. They basically started screaming at us, telling us what we were doing, not allowed to be there, who were we with, what were we doing there, threatened that they could kill us right then and there. We could get lost in the jungle. They could throw us up the helicopter if they needed to. It was very nerve-wracking at that point, especially looking to my fellow Marines and seeing the reactions on their faces too. We were all freaking scared, to say nonetheless. So with that being said, each Marine was then patted down along with myself. We had our weapons taken from us. They were basically cleared in condition 4, which means they had no round chamber, no magazine in. They dumped our magazines out of our mag pouches as well into the deck. And then again, because Marine Corps order, how things are with that, we were told to keep our military ID in the left breast pocket. So they knew that. They asked for our military identification. We gave it to them, obviously, because they have guns in our face. So provided that to them. They had something that looked like modern day smartphones, but this is 2009, so not really as high tech compared to obviously today. So they took some pictures of our military ID, and then they had something that reminded me of a BAT system, which is a biometric tracking that we would use. This is for insurgents, things like that. It would take fingerprints, it would take retina scans, it would take pictures of them and document them. So if there's other militaries that were coming to relieve our post, they would actually have this information too to know who they are dealing with. That's what it reminded me of, and I had trouble scanning the IDs. As this is going on, we're going back between these guys as well as what's going on in the background. At that time, there was 4 of these trucks, which were F-350s. They were up armored. They were pretty beefy. They had weapon cases that I've seen before because it's something that we've actually loaded weapons into. They had 2 of them that were in the back of each truck. They also had these containers that was illustrated right here, which come to find out through recent revelations from yesterday from somebody who came forward to Dr. Greer. I don't know who they are, but what they had told him and what he has told me is that this gentleman knows exactly what these were used for because they had like a cylinder on the front, which is either for oxygen or what I hypothesized was for vacuum sealing, which lead me to suspect that they were smuggling narcotics or drugs. Come to find out, it's more disturbing than that. This gentleman has first-hand account with this and says that it was for people. It's very disheartening, especially because that part of the world have already gotten ravaged, and it's something that is very hard to see right now because of what I've witnessed. It is very disheartening, and this is why I'm up here. So they loaded these onto this platform that you can see right there. And as they got up there, like I said, I was going back and forth. These guys are still searching our stuff. They're still, pointing their weapons at us. And after the last 2 trucks that I saw that actually got into that platform unloaded, they had 4 guys in each truck that would unload everything. However they did it, I can't tell you because, again, I was focused on this as well. And these trucks drove off. As that happened, this platform actually rose up off the ground itself. The top part of the craft actually met it down in the middle like this, and it formed into one solid piece. It floated right above the tree line. As soon as it was able to break that tree line, it actually had on the corners of each of these, which was an octagonal shaped craft, by the way. On each corner, it emanated a light. It was either red, yellow, green, or blue. Only those 4 colors I can distinctly remember. It didn't make any additional high-pitched sounds when it rose up. Once it got past that tree line, it shot over to the left, basically where the ocean was, and so fast, I would estimate probably 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 miles an hour instantaneous like that. There was no rotor wash, no exhaust that would disturb the trees, vegetation, the coconuts that were on these trees were not even touched. It produced no sonic boom. This thing was so fast. So as that happened, they basically had told us to turn around. As we turned around, kind of a couple things that went through my head at that point was that we're done. They actually started loading our magazines into our back into our vest in a way that would be hard to get them to put them into a weapon and to actually charge the weapon, actually put it around in the chamber. So they put those in. They actually slung our M16s on their back for us, but when they did it, the Marine Corps not really issued the best gear, especially at that time. So the slings back then were, I would say, subpar quality. Cut my neck pretty good, and they kind of went in that motion and made sure it was secured so we couldn't get them as easy. And they escorted us back up this slope, and they told us we were not allowed to look back. 2, that we were not able to talk about this. They were actually 2 of the guys were actually talking about either, hey, should we smoke these guys right now? That's what they kept saying. It was kind of feeding more into the fear at that point because, again, I don't know who these guys are. I know they had American gear, they had American sidearms as well. If these guys have actually taken an oath like we have, and why they're going against people like us and even willing to kill servicemen who just even stumbled onto this, it just blows my mind and it's very sick. So as we broke atop this hill, we decided to push back. We ran back to the LZ. There was a gunnery sergeant that was attached to the ship. I don't know this gentleman personally, but I know he's very unhappy with seeing us because we had actually had our weapons slung. We were not combat effective at that point. If we needed to be, he asked specifically why we were. We didn't tell him exactly why. We just came up with an excuse. And then we waited for the next CH-53 to approach. We got on board, flew back to the ship. We We turned our weapons in back to the armory. We took our gear off back in our berthing, and we went upstairs to be debriefed by an admiral that I've never seen before. And it was kind of somebody who's out of place. I don't know if he has any kind of relevance to this at all, but if that's the case, if it does, I hope he comes forward with that information. It would be very helpful. So as we're going to go ahead and fast track to a couple days later, which we end up in Subic Bay, which is like the party town in the Philippines. So we had 3 days there of liberty. The first night I come back, because we had to report back to the ship each night, we were not allowed to stay out of town. My rack was on my camera was on my rack, and the memory card that was in it was out, and my battery was out of the camera, missing as well. So all of that was missing. The only thing that was there was the camera. Mind you, I had my locker secured. I had other stuff that was basically piled on top of that camera. So whoever did it knew what the hell happened. So after that, the other thing that was also notable with that was each of the Marines that were with me also had their cell phones taken that they brought. Even though they didn't bring them on the mission, all their stuff was missing. The other stuff, the other people in the actual platoon never had their stuff touched. There was only us 6 that were affected. So fast tracking back when we returned back to Okinawa, one day I got a call from duty, barracks has like a duty appraiser, making sure there's no order, things like that. He had been told that I needed to go up to the CP, so he informed me, so I hightailed it up there. And oddly enough, there was nobody in the building, except for one gentleman who was wearing Air Force dress blues that was missing a name tag, which I understand Air Force policy or regulations that they're supposed to wear a name tag. He did not have that. Again, the proper reading of the day, being the salute, he had pulled me into an office, and he has said, you are not allowed to tell anybody in your chain of command. I don't care if it's a general, I don't care if it's anybody. You are not allowed to talk about what happened. You can go to prison for this, or you could be killed. So he slid over a non-disclosure agreement, and it had 2 things that I can recall to this day as I quickly skimmed through it, because again, I thought we were going to forget about this whole mess. And one was said TSSCI, and the other said individual. So I can recall it. So I was forced to sign that. I signed it, and I had got the hell out of there as quick as I could. Before I did that, I tried to ask him who he was. So I hightailed it back, and I have not spoken about it ever since I was able to recently, because that is my account for you guys. This is also an urging for anybody in Washington, D.C. Please get this under control, because there are people who are being hurt, killed by this, and that's something that needs to be addressed. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Heckert. I do want to share that also when we reached out to him, we have the names of the other 5 people in the platoon. Of course, this will not be disclosed because they have requested the names not be used for operation. One of them wrote to Mr. Herrera when we asked that Mr. Herrera reach out to the other folks involved in this horrible incident, which now is quite clear from other sources involves a type of human slave trade using covert programs, very criminal operations. He said, hey man, this is asking too much. It's not worth the risk. My family and military career far exceed anything you are asking of me. It's not worth my life or jeopardizing my family. I know we go back. You need to get out whatever you can. Don't get me involved with this. My career isn't worth it. Don't ever ask me to do this shit. Now, many of the people in the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive are folks who had that response because they need protection. Career, some are still in the military. One I'm dealing with still has a TSSCI clearance, contracts with one of our agencies. So I think that this has to be dealt with in an orderly fashion immediately by the Congress and by the President. Next, I'd like to introduce Stephen Dickman Jr., the U.S. Army veteran, disabled due to an incident. He's also a witness to a Raytheon Corporation within Irwin, California. His story is very involved. He's speaking to highlights of the interest and time. But thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to look down and read this. I have a brain injury, so it gives me problems, so I apologize. My name is Stephen Michael Dickman Jr. Doctor, sorry. My name is Stephen Michael Dickman Jr. The following testimony is true and inaccurate as that is can be at this time to the best of my ability, and I am prepared to swear this testimony under oath before the Senate and Congress. I'm a former Sergeant in the United States Army. I began active duty service in 1999, and I served until 2002. I was assigned to the U.S. Army Training Center W4J9 Alpha Alpha, Fort Ord, California, located in the Mojave Desert inside Death Valley, near Barstow, California, in 2000. I was assigned to Alpha Company Group, Live Fire Combat Engineer Division, Computer Support Systems, and basically first advanced management live fire operations. I acted as a hub between the operations group, intelligence planners, ground team, Air Force, and Star Wars programs. In July of 2001, I was observing a live fire practice at a live hole from an observation deck at approximately 3 stories high from the desert floor. I saw a craft in the distance at approximately 200 feet off the ground, measuring approximately 172 feet across, strongly resembling a hovering B-2 Spirit. Upon first glance, my eyes were adjusting to the darkness. I could see 7 lights in a V shape. After that, I closed my eyes for approximately 30 seconds to allow them to adjust to lighting conditions. We were running red lights throughout the bunker due to the current live fire exercise. The range was hot. That means rounds are being fired and lives are at risk at all times. This was interrupted by a very, very ominous call. A net call said ceasefire, ceasefire, ceasefire. It came from one of our observer controllers on the ground. There's about 27 teams out there. And they kept soldiers alive and trained. Once my eyes adjusted, I could make out the general shape of the craft. There were 2 men from Raytheon present. I pulled out my night vision goggles to get a better look at the craft. It appeared to be generating 7 lights along its wings and underbelly. I noticed another smaller craft oriented on the right side and at the same height as the first craft, approximately 75 feet, 100 yards to its right. The second craft was jet black, V-shaped, pointed towards the first craft. This craft had equally joined, spaced, rectangular sections forming the hull. The craft had a gimbal rack on that deployed from the bottom of the craft. Approximately 5 to 6 holographic lights, holographic emitting lights were pointed directly at the first craft. That was my assumption, due to the fact that they were displaying strange color within my MVG goggles. Anyone that knows the old school, circa 2000 MVGs, they don't emit color. They give you green, grays, and blacks. I was seeing colors within my night vision goggles. This was not normal. And it was my assumption that perhaps these were being projected from the other craft. I can't confirm that. However, that was my assessment at the time and my suspicion at the time. I wanted to throw a baseball at it, but I didn't have one, just to see if it was tangible and solid. The second craft was jet black, V-shaped. I'm I'm sorry, I jumped into space here. Thank you for the bullets. The craft and the gimbal rack were deployed to the bottom of the craft with approximately 5 or 6 lights. Guys, I goofed up. That's a part of the brain injury suffered during the explosion of my phone. One of the two men on the observation deck from Raytheon noticed the night vision goggles I had. He went from chattering cheerfully. They were pretty relaxed. They'd seen these before. It wasn't abnormal to them. He looked at me with a very, very severe look of disapproval and anger that I had. At that point, they both went calmly inside, probably a little bit angry, and it felt like as though I had crossed the line. I took another look with my night vision goggles. The reason this event was not reported was due to the fact that it was not unidentified. I'm going to repeat this very clearly to the cameras. This craft was not unidentified. This was one of our birds, and to the observer controller, they called that out on the range. I'm not going to put his call sign out. Roger up, eyes on, hands on confirmation. That's our bird, but she does not need wind to get lift. She was hovering stationary. This was, I'm going to interject here. Sorry, guys. This was very dangerous. This craft showed up unscheduled. I got no notification. My job was to maintain command and control and to be the hub and top observer controller for the Tactical Operations Command Center for live fire desert warfare. That's the largest live fire warfare center for desert warfare on the planet in history. So any moving objects that are on that desert floor or in those skies are supposed to be coordinated between myself and another group that I directly work with the civilian personnel, the Raytheon and the United States Air Force. So to get back to the statements here, the reason the event was not. All right, this is going to jump in a little. I was the fastest promoted soldier in 25 years on the post. I was the youngest #1 control seat holder at Fort Hoover NTC facility in history that held the title Voice of the Desert. When I cued my mic at my FM base station, we shut down all radios and I could shut down the range for safety reasons or for medical calls, safety reports, weather reports, and any other thing that was commanded by me by my house superiors. Approximately 5 to 7 days later. Sorry guys, this is personal. This affected the rest of my marriage, my life, my child. Approximately 5 to 7 days later, following the incident took place on Fort Road. It's the one road leading to the base. And we can pass after the show. My wife and I had taken a pass to go see Rabbi. And this took place right after the live fire, about 5 to 7 days afterwards. Skipped the second movie or halfway through. I was really tired, just got back from running the range, 78-hour shifts with no relief. We passed a dry lake bed on the right-hand side. I've got that exact information already turned into the proper authorities. Thank you, Dr. Greer and all of his team. People out there, please get ready to come out. Saying they got an old friend of mine, well, new friend, but he reminded me of an old saying they have at Fort Benning, Georgia. It says, "Follow me." There's another saying we have at the Signal Corps Academy. It's on the badge. It says "Pro Patria Vigilance." That means watchful of the nation. And there's another group of men that I serve with, and I try to keep them alive every day to the best of my ability. The same guys that blew me up. And I stood up in the day and I asked for amnesty for all the information that I saved from here on in. These boys are on the ground, on the hottest spots in the planet, along with these other soldiers, and they're dying out there. They're out there killing people under false pretenses. I've also turned information in that may be able to prove that to the proper authorities, thanks to Dr. Greer and his team. His team so far has been accommodating, polite, honest, respectful, and this man is my new general. He leads the way. So rally up, rally on me. This man is the way. He speaks the truth. He is sound. Apologize, Dr. Greer. I've been waiting to say that for a long time. I thought they would laugh at me. You look at me like I'm a lunatic. However, I brought my data. I brought the information. He stripped my information, said I had a driver's badge and a service ribbon. I had 2 accommodation medals, and I had 47 certificates.
No matter what,
For non-employable days. I'm a non-combatant, but I'm supposed to be one. Those boys out there, we receive KIT reports every day that need field and training. Had I been in a real tactical operations on the range, like the one that just got hit in Ukraine, then I'd be sending men out to die every day. Those guys hated the voice of the desert because we gave them commands to send their troops into danger and death, even if we knew that they were just the decoys for the real mission. So I'm going to have to jump back to this. I apologize for even that had to be said. Back to the story at hand. This isn't a story, it's my story. It's a real story. And don't forget that. This is real. This can't be made up. And I can give you the exact locations. I can track Dr. Greer and all of the command counters to the functions. So we passed the dry lake bed on the right-hand side. My driver's side mirror reflected powerful white light through my eyes. I saw a bright white light pop up out of the canyon that I was from. I looked over my left shoulder and saw a zipping light. It zipped through the curves in that bound, mimicking my exact track, exactly the speed that I had. Suddenly, all I could see was a bright light through all of my windows, and at that exact same time, my car's power steering and engines, electrical systems, everything died. Completely died. When I exited the vehicle, I rushed towards the front of the car, believing there was someone pointing the floodlight at us. I had some words to say to that man. I stepped through a thick field of white plasma that encompassed the spheroid craft. As I turned to go inspect the craft, my wife opened the door. She ran out towards the front of the car, and she was yelling, "Steve, no." She was instantaneously locked in place in a bright white field of plasma. As I looked at her, I thought to myself, it's okay, she's in stasis lock. That plasma enveloped her body about 6 inches. I heard a female voice call me State. It felt like it was in my head. It said, she is in stasis lock. Confirmation. Relieved that she was safe, I started approaching the craft for the inspection. The craft car, passing the car, windows to nose. The craft was, there was a plasma field emitting approximately 12 inches off the craft inside this white plasma field. The craft seemed about 20 feet long, just up below it was slightly reaching out to it. The craft responded to my movement. It startled me slightly, but I took it. I moved back and I was away from my hand like a cat in a box. I felt like a cat. The most corrupt president in the history of our country, but perhaps even more importantly, the president who declared the most closest Marxist tried to destroy American. As I approached the craft, I noticed that he was holding my hand at the craft's starboard side. However, when I drew my hand back towards
What the fuck is this?
it felt like shark skin or a cat's tongue. That was followed by a reaction. The reaction followed my hand, and as it's slightly off here. So I'm gonna have my hands just to describe it for you. As you can see here in the picture, I put my hand on the craft like this, and I kind of pushed my head forward. I can't do it here, Mike, but I wanted to swipe my hand up and look at it like I was playing the baseball. As I drew my hand back, that's when I felt this strange texture. It felt like shark skin, or like I said, As I drew my hand back, pixels jumped off the craft. They were like microfilaments. I recall it did some grafting or magnetite shavings and nano-sized particles. As I did that, as I swiped up first, I guess to get back there, as I swiped up, the craft emitted a tiger stripe pattern up the southern side of the craft. As I drew my hand backwards, the pixels popped up. As I did, the craft bird bellowed through my body. I could feel it resonate in my body cavity. And it was very tense. I felt like I was in contact with the creature. The reaction, as I drew my hand back, a lattice work opened up underneath. It was very vibrant colors coming out of the craft. You understand this is a very thin nano layer. And there was a meshwork honeycomb style. And so the lattice work that took a frame around this. And beneath that was, there were filaments flowing. It looked like a neural network. I could try to see any universal bus system, I saw none of this. As I drew the hand closer to myself, trying to peer through all these bright, wicked, beautiful lights that were pinks, blues, and every light color you can think of in the spectrum, I wasn't able to see anything through it. So as I drew my hand this way, I kind of pressed off the vehicle. The vehicle was stable. I mean, this thing was locked in position. It's not like Star Wars when you jump off of something. This thing was solidly locked in place. Solid. I've seen a shape right here under my elbow. As I face down, I can see up into the sky above my car. The garage, like a silhouette before the on the road, and the stars shimmered in the straight line, and very long. So you can see that either way, right when that ripple hit in the sky, place, I realized I was looking at a cloaking device on a very, very, very large craft. At that moment in time, I then glanced into my feet just to try to get the, fathom the dimensions of this craft. And I saw a giant white, bright white light floating in the sky. And the bay door couldn't see doors. It was just a bright white light. And it looked like a window floating in the sky, maybe even a portal. People might, from a distance, think, hey, that's a portal. Obviously, it's a craft. So this is a hangar bay door. And there was a female silhouette standing there. At that moment in time, I heard that same voice, and it said very clearly, you were not supposed to see that. That you weren't supposed to see it. All of a sudden, I began feeling a thud, thud, thud sound. This was a resonant frequency being pulsed through my body. As I felt this, it increased in speed. Thud, 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 thud. It was very rapid. You see the same type of thing in the Interstellar. Very similar to the black hole. And too similar. As this thud resonated in my body, I felt my cells, maybe the quantum level of my body, feel like it was being resonated. I felt like maybe I'm being microwaved or something to that nature. Either way, I seen some bands coming through. I began lifting up off the ground. My vehicle began lifting with me also, as that's happened. My body tipped back. I could see the craft. You can see that design right in front of you. The rectangular shape right in the center there looked like a docking socket for an electrical port. If you're going to take a big male end, this would be the female recepting and receiving it for electrical charging. To skip through that, there were some very some highlighted parts here. As you can read there, I'll let you read that for yourself, just for time's sake. However, as this happened, instantaneously, I cued in. I was just flat on my back, and I was just staring up at the ceiling. My vision cued into a very bright white light. My vision panned over, and there was my wife flat on her back on a table. It was smaller than the table I was laying on, slightly lower. She still had the same exact expression on her face, like she was screaming. However, she was no longer stuck in the room. She was flat. As I panned a little more, this all happened. So this is very short count. As I panned over, I saw my vehicle with the right passenger tires lifted up. I saw some people in some white suits, fully garmented, masks, some breathing apparatus. They were working on the vehicle. Slightly next to that was a strange blue rack that looked like it could have been an automotive rack, but had another purpose. That was my assumption. As I yes, sir. So after that had happened, I saw a female right next to me. She was taking some samples from me. It was a human female. She had red hair. She had very fair skin. And after that moment, I also had the window and the bedroom door of the United States. So after that, I turned a little more open as I see this open up, the bay door behind her open. I also see that craft right here docked in the ship. That came through me after trying to get these schematics down on paper. Thank you, sir. This man went through PTSD with me, so thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. There's obviously a great deal more to all these accounts. I'm sorry to have to cut that short, but we're sort of at the past our time we were going to wrap it up. But I will tell you that this is not the typical. The craft he was referring to are ours. That's Raytheon objects. Those are, he said, yes, they are. His key point needs to be made, absolutely. They have been used in simulated quote-unquote productions. In this case, it was very decorated and was essentially tortured by this. This is a crime that must be investigated and brought to justice quickly. The next witness is D.C. Long from Fort Bragg. He was involved in an incidental event. Many of these witnesses at this point were people who saw something they shouldn't, and there were reprisals and things that happened. It's a pattern. The ones that were read in for a number of years, like one man that I shared earlier, 10 years in those operations, those are the ones who are waiting for greater protection for themselves before they step forward. But we have many of them. So with no further ado, welcome my friend, D.C. Long.
I promise mine's going to be much quicker than some of these other guys. And this is the way I talk. So I apologize for that as well. Everyone that I've met here, I would love to go through every name. I would love to go through every situation. What these gentlemen have, we could spend years talking about it, just getting you all the moments and everything that meant the most to us. And unfortunately, I have a very short amount of time to do that. My military service began in 1997 and it stretched to 2013 until I was medically retired, injured for receiving a combat job. Ironically enough, the quick story that I'm going to tell you guys has virtually nothing to do with my military career until it got to the very end of the story. Long story short, my father grew up as a contractor. That was his entire life. He could build anything with his hands, tear it down and build it for you. I segue that, and the only reason I bring him up is because my father is how I got tied into this story. As a government contractor on Fort Bragg, he met some people. He got friends with some people in the upper echelons of the military, the tip of the spear. The guys who didn't need the Army Corps of Engineers permission to build anything that they wanted. These people that I met when I was 13 years old. We would go on hunts together, we would go on fishing trips together, ride in their planes. They would take us all over the continental U.S. just to enjoy their time together. People that I thought were my friends, but I didn't know that they were in the military until years after I had been in myself. We meet up at 18th Airborne Headquarters by my father's request from me. He asked me if I could help him assist. We didn't know where the project was. We were told that we were going to be met by an escort from the JFK Warfare Center. He shows up. I recognize him as one of my father's friends. I overheard that the place we're going to be going is Range 19. I'd never heard this place before, hadn't since. They put us in a van, no windows, no partition to the front. So we were joking, what did you say? We're taking you to Leavenworth. We show up at Range 19. The only thing that was directly in front of me looked like a bunker, 45 degree inches from a concrete bunker, covered in trash, looked like an actual dump. We open up, there's another escort, and they're waiting on us. They take us to a freight elevator. We take the elevator down. At that time, we were instructed, keep your heads down, keep your eyes on the heels of the men in front of you, or you'll be fired upon. I've heard plenty of instances of military jargon. People like to jab each other. I didn't take it as a joke, but I knew enough to just do what he told me to. I didn't want to risk it. As soon as the freight elevator opened, the first thing that I could see were a few personnel connexes to the right in a large hangar, maybe twice, 3 times the size of the area that we're in now. There was a monolithic slab directly in front of me that was being held up by nothing. The closer that I got to the slab, I felt an intense vibration inside of my body. I never felt anything like that before in my life, never anything since, but it left no sound. The loudest thing in that room was the silence and the footfalls of the people in front of and behind me. As I got closer, my natural southern curiosity took over. Oh, my shoes are untied. So I go down just to take a peek. And there's absolutely nothing up underneath this monolithic slab that if I had to estimate would be well over 100 tons. Absolutely nothing holding it up. You can see by the picture, there's another boulder directly behind it. It was flat on the ground. There were 2 other people beside it. I could only see heels and feet. To the right, you could see what looked like a boulder. And all 3 of these that I could tell had this box on top that was black with spires that came off, and I couldn't tell where it was connected, but it obviously had something to do with the levitation. The one to the right was being spun by the personnel that you could see in the picture. At this point, from my knees, the escort needed me in the back, said, let's go. We follow on, go downstairs to our appointed place to take measurements for an underground fire facility for a live fire range. When it was all said and done, less than 15-20 minutes later, we make our way back to the surface through the same hangar that we had noticed the monolithic slabs and boulders, and there was absolutely nothing there. There was no noise for anyone taking anything out. It was 1 flight down to our appointed place, but you could still hear that there was nothing going on in the facility that we were in. We make our way out. We get back in the van, and they take us back to 18th Airborne Headquarters so we can retrieve our telephones, our IDs. Something was said to my father, and they retrieved all of the notes that were taken. Everything that he had that he recorded from whenever we were downstairs, they took it from him. I didn't think much of it. I go back upstairs, help him wrap up in the G5 war room. And it was at that time there was a gentleman sitting at the desk. Everyone was cleared out. And he had 2 pieces of paper. Said, I need to sign you to sign this NDA. Absolutely not. You know, we didn't so much take it as a joke, but we just didn't feel like the things that we had witnessed, although I did realize it was something that I had never should have seen in my life. We weren't going to see it. Didn't think anything of it. I leave. I get a call the next day, less than 24 hours later. Hey, man, you need to come down. We're trying to go to work, and everything's locked up. Everything's gone. Everything that my father had worked for, from the time that I was a child until I became a man, became a soldier, and the company that had my name on it, everything was seized. Absolutely everything was seized. The pencils that he would use to make bid submittals to the Army Corps of Engineers was even taken because it contributed from the business. Everything was taken. I can't illustrate that point enough. My father went from being a very humble millionaire to absolutely broke, bankrupt, and destitute in 24 hours. I wish I could tell you more about how much I love this man, not just because I have his name, not just because he's my father, but he was my best friend. He led me through every battle when I came home to let me know that it was okay to feel the things that I felt. This man and I, we were always together. The only thing that could separate us was the deployments and the uniform that I wore. When I got done with my fight, I found my father. When I was scared, I found my father, etc. This man that was my best friend looked me in the eye when I found him again and said, "Hey man, do you think this had something to do with Range 19? Please pardon my language." My father looks at me and says, "Don't you ever fucking bring that up to me again." That was the last time that I heard my father's voice in this life. That was the last time that we ever had any peaceful interaction, and that was as peaceful as it got. Shortly after, I continued on, and we had a JFEX. Any of my old paratroopers, they know what that is. It's a jump field training exercise, battalion-wide. It's a big deal. There's only 12 men in my stick, getting ready to go out of the bird. I'm the first man looking at the horizon, waiting for the jump master to give me the signal. His hands raised. I noticed at the right side someone coming up to my shoulder, and it's one of the escorts, one of the men that I knew personally from the time I was a child till I was a man and a soldier. He hooks up, he looks at me, gives me a wink. I didn't think much of it. To me, there was no danger at that point. Green light goes off, I get a hit in my back, and then something hits me in the side of the face, and it's a static line. The gentleman to my right, the man that I knew, threw his static line intentionally, and it snapped my neck. I go to fall out of the aircraft, deploy my combat pack, full oscillation. The only thing that I heard after that was the sound that my body made when it broke. When I woke up a month later, I was told that I was not fit to be a Ranger. I was not fit to be airborne. I wasn't fit to be a soldier. My career was effectively over. Even throughout all this time, I could not reach out to my father. He wouldn't take my calls. He was homeless. I didn't know. I just thought he didn't want to talk to me. Eventually, I ended up in the same situation. This follows further down the road to about 2 years ago, whenever I finally was saved by someone who I didn't even deserve to hear the sound of the voice. I had intentionally grown my hair past my shoulders, my beard down to my stomach. I was 135 pounds just because I was hoping I could hide. I was hoping I could get away from what put me in that position to begin with. I get a phone call. It was 2 years ago. We found Daddy. He's in the hospital. I go down to see my father. He couldn't speak. The man that was 6'4", 240 pounds, a superhero in my eyes, not just because he was my dad, because he was a tough son of a bitch. He was laying in a hospital bed, 98 pounds. When the people who I encountered after the fact that had actually spent time, and got my father out of his homeless situation to help him get back on his feet, to give him the drive, to get back to doing the only thing that he knew how to do was to be a government contractor. They put him back in contact with some of the people that he thought could help him. I can't illustrate this fact enough. In the time span of 3 months, my father went from 6'4", 240 to 98 pounds, dying in a hospital room, and he couldn't even speak because the chemo was burning his lips. I told him, "I love you. Don't worry about us. We're square. I want to make you proud." Before Dr. Greer and I came in contact with each other, and I'm almost done, I wrote my story, and I entitled it, "I'm Afraid to Say." And people have asked me, why did you wait so long? I mean, it's obvious why we waited so long to send it. Nobody knows this. My family doesn't know this. Dr. Greer obviously doesn't know this. When I said that, I was planning on taking my life because they took every damn thing from me. I could handle losing my career. I was willing to die for my country. I was hoping like hell I would. Somehow I survived. And then they tried to take me again. They can have all that. I knew that when I put these around my neck. But my intention was to take my own life because I just couldn't do it anymore. I heard this man's words with Sean Ryan. If good men do nothing, then evil men will prevail. I am damn tired of doing nothing. This is the absolute last thing that I'm going to say to you. I was trained to never fight. I was trained to fight, never give up, never stop, as long as you had a breath in your body. I gave my breath away. The people in this room, everyone that I've had the blessed opportunity to spend time with, I've heard you say that we're brave, that we're heroes, and it embarrasses me because I personally feel like I don't deserve to be in the room with all of you heroes, because I would not have the words and the breath to come from my body if it wasn't for the strength that you give me when you shake my hand, when you hug my neck. Thank you so much. Godspeed.
I'd like to introduce, thank you very much. Again, these men are courageous, and it's very emotional. They should. I'd like to introduce Eric Hecker. He's a Raytheon contractor based for about a year at the South Pole. He was involved in a neutrino light array. He has an enormous amount of information, but in the interest of time, he's brief. Thank you, Mr. Hecker.
Hello, everybody. Ladies, gentlemen, members of the press. Very happy that you're giving me this attention and this information attention because it needs to get out to the world. I will start, since we have to be brief. I have already given all pertinent information and supporting documentation to the Senate Intelligence Committee and ARROW. They informed me that all of my information will be recorded for public record and shared with Congress. It is that important. In 2010, I was selected to go down to the South Pole Station in Antarctica for an entire year by Raytheon Polar Services as an employee of a third-party contractor for the National Science Foundation. I function in a dual-role capacity as a tradesman and a firefighter. My responsibilities required me to be more informed than most of my crew and offered me complete access to the facilities. What I learned from this unique experience needs to be shared with the entire world. The technology at the South Pole Station certainly can do what it is presented as its primary purposes. The IceCube neutrino detector is presented as a passive listening device for the purposes of the science as presented. But I'm going to skip right through the chase, folks. I have provided documentation that proves that the 5,160, what they call DOMs, that are embedded in the ice can actually transmit at 2,047 volts each. That gives us a long list of things to consider. It is effectively a multifaceted directed energy weapons platform that I will list rapidly a few things that it can do. Vehicle detection, we're learning that these off-world craft, on-world craft, ours or other nations, are also emitting neutrinos. So this makes the South Pole Station effectively an air traffic control station for this new level of equipment that nobody's discussing. In addition to the ability to detect neutrinos and the exotic vehicles, I have provided documentation that shows that this is also a system for faster than light communications. In the past, Gary McKinnon has hacked NASA, found the off-world fleet, the list of captains, and it's apparent that if we have faster than light vehicles moving throughout the system, we're going to need faster than light communications. This is that facility. Unfortunately, I have other bad news. The season that I was there, 2010 to 2011, we converted from construction to operations and maintenance of both the elevated station and the detector array. Unfortunately, when they first fired it up, that was when we had the earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand. There was 2 incidental shots before they were able to target it correctly. This is an earthquake generating device as well. This is the weapons of war that we have to deal with now and what Raytheon's hiding. There's an ELF system at the South Pole Station that when I arrived I was told it was off, dismantled, and completely defunct. In my work, I will rapidly just tell you, I had to figure out the circuitry for certain other repairs, and I found that this system is in fact completely energized, up and running, and being utilized with the other systems for nefarious purposes as well. The Atmospheric Research Observatory is in what we call the clean air sector. I witnessed myself a very powerful green laser shooting out of the top of this facility into the cosmos. I am not saying that we need to be scared of anything that's out there, but please understand the military-industrial complex is happy to invest all of your money in alleviating their fears. A question of power comes into play for all of these facilities that are present. I assure you, I knew what was going on. I knew the load demands of the facility, and all of these new items exceed the demand for the systems that I was presented. I am doing due diligence and research. I believe there is either a secondary power supply there that is either nuclear, that was there prior to the start of the Antarctic Treaty, which prohibits such things, and or that there is some sort of exotic power. I think that pretty much covers it for time. If anybody wants to find out more, I have a website where all this information is at for brevity. I'll wrap it up, but you can go to deciphering.tv. I've documented all this stuff, and information is available.
We are running a little over. I apologize, but I think it's worth hearing as much as we can from these very courageous men. One of the things, if I had time, I would run through. We can go through very quickly. I think people in the military and Congress and the American people need to know the difference between the man-made advanced technologies and how they look and the extraterrestrial vehicles. We're going to run through a side-by-side. You can look and see ET, one on the left, seamless. It is actually created material science and technology. We don't have time to go into. We understand that versus the man-made ones that have components, parts, wires, and what have you. Next. And again, next. And you're on the right, that is the Norton Air Force Base 1988 show, classified. We have a witness that was in there, and these on the right are man-made. They were late Mercury era, 59 through the early 60s in their construction, because we had mastered gravity control in October 1954. So these have been in the solar system by the time my uncle, who was Northrop Grumman, had worked on the lunar module out on Long Island to put Neil Armstrong on the moon. This is again ET vehicle. On the left, one with struts, parts, pipes, and often humming transmission sort of transformer sound on the right. Next. And again, one is extraterrestrial, and a vague copycat that's man-made. Next. And again. Next. The one on the right is a little bit to unpack. It takes a couple hours to go through it quickly. You can look at the cache landrum case back in 1980 outside Houston in Texas. The one on the right is actually an ET craft. It was being, they were unable to figure out how to get its energy system to work. They, I think, rather foolishly put a nuclear energy system on it. It malfunctioned. And as it did so, it radiated innocent people in their vehicle underneath it. It later was escorted by kilos to a base west of there. The man who debriefed the 4 human pilots of this and debriefed them, we know, and we have his testimony. He's Air Force Office of Special Investigations at Kirkland Air Force Base. So the cache landrum case involves civilian injuries. They tried to sue the government. The government denied they had any knowledge of it, but the constitutional government of the United States doesn't know this. This is a big problem. Next. And this, I want to just play this for a moment. We're in Washington. Here is an esteemed senator from Hawaii, and listen to what he said in the 1980s.
Shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
Free from all checks and balances and free from the law itself. Now, the media often wants to portray this issue, conspiracy people, and of course, at this point, if you disagree with someone anywhere, you just call them a conspiracy theorist. This man knew what he was talking about. Access, not just on the Iran-Contra issue, but on this specific issue. And how do we know that? We have an attorney, Derek Garcia here. He is now heading up the Disclosure Project Legal Defense Fund, and we have, as of about 2 hours ago, 90 plus attorneys and legal professionals to represent Disclosure Project witnesses and to pursue racketeering, influence, corrupt organizations, lawsuits against various corporations and individuals that are liable. The United States Congress and President need to act, but we will act pending their action. I'd like to then welcome Derek Garcia to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Derek Garcia. I'm a civil rights attorney from New Mexico. I've been in practice for 13 years. I'm admitted to practice in the District of New Mexico, the Federal District, the United States Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit, as well as the U.S. Supreme Court. I'm joined in the audience by my colleague and attorney, Paige Fox from Illinois, and numerous attorneys who have now joined our legal team nationwide and internationally. We are dedicated to ending decades of UFO secrecy and releasing vital technologies which will bring an end to our current environmental and energy crisis. On May 23rd, we released a YouTube channel. Since our initial announcement, we now have over 90 legally affiliated individuals, different practice areas and expertise, paralegals, law students, law clerks, members of law enforcement, and criminal investigators, legal professionals from over 23 states, and nearly all relevant jurisdictions, and a growing list of preeminent attorneys internationally. We continue to make a call for pro bono attorneys, all volunteer at this point, and legal professionals, and add new members to the Disclosure Project on an hourly basis. We have assembled a one-of-a-kind and strictly non-partisan volunteer legal team for the purpose of moving our goals are to legitimize essentially taboos and promote public awareness as to the numerous related constitutional and legal implications of this issue. We wish to full operational control over these secret, illegal, black budget, beyond black budget projects. We will gain control over this issue for the first time since we will seek truth about propulsion and advanced energy technologies capable of solving world hunger, poverty, and the energy crisis. We will seek justice for those who have been harmed by non-disclosure and technology seizure through filing civil legal actions, Bivens claims, and numerous and multiple legal theories aimed at getting to the ultimate truth on this issue. The competent, under oath testimony already developed by the Disclosure Project team, Dr. Greer, and these courageous witnesses, and represented in the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive developed over 30 years of Dr. Greer's work may also be used in criminal prosecutions by United States attorneys or criminal prosecutors across the globe to seek indictments on the numerous legal crimes that have been committed overseas, with the aim of keeping the distribution of justice. Just a small sample, I know it's short this time, of the crimes that are directly related to this issue. Disclosure Project witnesses and gathered intelligence has established the following major crimes: treason against the United States, murder, master, torture, kidnapping and abduction, embezzlement of government funds, embezzlement of private funds, bank fraud, money laundering, illegal surveillance, insubordination, and insurrection against the United States, false imprisonment, witness and whistleblower intimidation, theft of intellectual property, trespassing, burglary, framing of innocent people, government corruption, blackmail, bribery, and illegal use of government and military property, and many, many more crimes. We hope to support civilian government, criminal prosecutors, and evidence develop and continue to develop my personal experience in coming to this issue was as a young senator.
Education
young
and
senator in summer of 2001 on Capitol Hill in Washington. The Disclosure Project press conference had just taken place on May 9th, 2001. During my internship, I distributed numerous copies of the Disclosure Project, executive summary and briefing document, and other written materials to various members of Congress and their staff, including direct submissions to leading members of the Senate in the underground subway system. Waiting in the hallway of the Hart Senate office building, I encountered the hero of our country, Senator Daniel Inouye, walking back from his office. I gave Senator a copy of the Disclosure Project executive summary and asked him if he had heard about the Disclosure Project and what he thought of UFOs, extraterrestrial intelligence, and the possibility of these intelligences actually visiting Earth. Senator Inouye responded by hand signaling to follow him back to his private office. He shut the door of the Senate. Senator Inouye said he dealt with UFOs extensively while he was chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee in 1976. Senator Inouye confirmed that he had seen May 9th, 2001 Disclosure Project press conference here at the National Press Club, and that the testimony provided by those courageous witnesses at the time based on his direct experience and briefings on the subject. Senator Inouye confirmed that many UFOs and projects related to such represented genuine extraterrestrial vehicles, and that this issue, as portrayed by Dr. Stephen Greer and the 2001 Disclosure Project witnesses, was real, genuine, and absolutely not a hoax. I asked Senator Inouye if it was true that a secret, unacknowledged entity or control group operating illegally inside the United States government, internationally, and or within the private sector among defense contractors and corporations had direct operational control of the UFO ETP issue. Senator Inouye confirmed his statement that there exists a shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas in the national interest, free from all checks and balances and free from the law itself. As stated during the Iran-Contra hearings in 1987. I asked whether he was exaggerating when he made this statement. I asked if perhaps he was speaking of another government. I asked many questions that day, and he looked to me and told me directly that he was not exaggerating, that the illegal shadow government did exist at the time he made his statement in 1987. It continued to exist in 2001 during our conversation. And entity had thus far escaped complete scrutiny, control, and oversight by the legally authorized and constitutional government of the United States. Further corroborating documents and details to my personal testimony on this issue is available in a signed affidavit that I've executed concerning what Senator Anaway told me directly. For members in the media, I can only get you an electronic copy. We encourage you to join our legal team by visiting our channel or disclosure.legal@gmail.com. Thank you and all those in our nation and worldwide who volunteer legal talent so far as we continue to develop a strategy and approach that will stand the test of time. Show up, suit up, stand up for the future of your country and for your world. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to thank very sincerely Mr. Garcia for his work. When he first contacted me, he was a 20-year-old student at Western. Now he's one of my daughters, an attorney, and was on full cycle. Now he is stepping up with all these other wonderful attorneys and legal professionals to represent what we're doing pro bono here as president and funding operation. I would like to also just quickly go through, we're not going to have time to go through everything here, but there's a history of hearings on the subject going back many decades. A blue book, Robertson Report, Federal Court hearings, Condon Report, and etc. These have all been, unfortunately, submarine corrupted by influences that have prevented the truth from coming out. We have to be very careful because Eisenhower said only an informed citizenry can prevent the loss of our freedom and democracy. I would like to acknowledge how important those 50 signatures, 16 members next of the Senate who have written for the Pentagon to pick up this case and further fund the investigation. We have to have watchdog external folks looking at what the disclosure project is. He also co-chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, have written to Arrow concerns about the feedback. People I know have been through the Arrow office and SCIF, and they have contacted me explicitly saying that some of their information is not getting back to the members properly. This cannot happen. Congress has passed a law, the Pentagon and this office must comply, and the people of the United States must insist that they comply with the law that is passed. We won't have time to go into this in depth. I just want to mention, I want to be extremely careful out there to be misconstrued by various folks out there. There are civilizations extremely advanced that are concerned with what we're doing. The station at the South Pole is a much later version of a man that I've worked with for a number of years in the 90s who invented the light detector system on the satellites of space. He knew then that these were being used in the 70s to track, target, and destroy extraterrestrial assets in space and also around the Earth. Now, these civilizations, given their extremely advanced state, as they wish to punch back, however, they are inordinately peaceful. They are organized in a group, and we need to come forward as people instead of looking at everything as a military threat and see that there's an opportunity here, and there has to be diplomacy, science, disclosure of the truth in order to avoid catastrophe. My understanding is the technologies that are in these covert programs have become so advanced that at some point they can be a threat to these other worlds. As such, it puts our entire planet at risk because of the unchecked power and technology of the illegal secret government projects. This is a much greater national security threat than China, Russia, Iran, or anything the news media is currently covering. Next. I want to give you a call to action. All of you listening, citizens of the world, not just the United States. If you know someone who is a government contractor, government employee, military, what have you, who has information on this, please have them contact us at this email address. Please write your members of Congress. We live in a democracy still. You should write to your two senators and your representatives and the President of the United States expressing your concern and calling for openness. We need to network with our friends and families and get them to support this. You need, if you can, to contribute to our effort. I'm retired as a doctor, so I can't fund everything at this point like I can here. If you can assist with the energy research lab that we are proposing in the Wall Century, you'll see that. Then please contact us. We have a $50 million funding need to stand up the open source energy lab. What does that mean? We develop these zero-point energy technologies, and they would be released free of charge, open source to the entire world, so we can quickly solve the environmental and poverty problems we are facing. Our goal is to acquire or develop a zero-point quantum vacuum system no later than 2026. That's very fast. We need your help. If you're a scientist who knows these technologies or any other capacities can help us, hoping we get funding, we will call on you to be part of this multi-centered lab. In other words, we would have this lab streamed continuously. All breakthroughs would be blockchain distributed in real time, and there would be other affiliated labs around the world working on this, so it could not be invaded and shut down in one place.
Look at these movies.
Wrapping up, I'd like to share something that I learned from Colonel Corso. Prior to his death, he was involved in, he came forward, as you all know, for Roswell, he was involved in some of the technology transfer. And he had an experience out at the White Sands missile range back in the 50s. I'm pretty sure it was 1956, but I don't want to quote me on that. And he was a colonel. He was involved in these projects. There was an ET craft that came in daytime and came down over the range. He went out there with a couple of his guys. And this craft would be three-dimensional, then vanish like a heat wave, and then back again. Finally, it stayed. There was an ET that emerged, extraterrestrial biological entity, and he said that the ET was communicating, please don't hit us with these radar out. You know, and they were active, they were operational. Of course, at that time, they were operational in Roswell. And being he was a brash young Air Force colonel, he said, "What's in it for me?" And the ET says, "A new world if you can take it." Now, I was one. Now, I have 12 grandchildren. What kind of world are we going to leave them if we don't fix this problem? Because it involves peace, and we have to work towards contact that is in a peaceful paradigm. We've launched a very controversial project that I get attacked the most for, CE5, or Close Encounter of the Fifth Kind, a contact program as sort of an experimental, community-based outreach to these civilizations. We have had a number of extraordinary contact experiences. This is sort of a prototype that the French government during the presidency of Sarkozy asked us to demonstrate when we set up an operation in France that was protected. We did have events take place. I think we have to begin to ask, what can we do as a civilian government where we don't try to militarize and weaponize everything we don't understand. Because here's the problem. If you're a hammer, the whole world's a nail. And so we have to get this disclosed properly so that our brighter scientists, our academics, our political leadership, and our diplomats and the citizens can take the lead on this issue rather than an illegal and clandestine operation that is a threat to national and world security. Thank you for your attention. I am told we have to be out of here at 5. We've gone over about an hour. I apologize for that. But if there are any members of the press here that have a question, you can ask them, and we'll be happy to answer them briefly. Any members of the media? Yes.
The past few years have proven that unexpected events can strike at any time. And when they do, the food and daily nutrition you need isn't always there. That's why you need nutrients to survive.
He's asking about our safety. Look, if I was worried about my safety, I would have never walked on down this path. I have been threatened. We've had some losses in our team. I've had a few people over the years that worked with me who have been killed. It's difficult. But I just think the mission of what we're trying to do is more important than one life. So you can't worry about that. We do have good security now. And I think that there are people, frankly, in these very classified projects who do want to help us and protect us, and they have been since about 1998. Or is there another? Oh, you're welcome. Yes, he's asking about my comment about gravity control being accomplished in October 1954. A member of my team for many years was the top scientist at the Naval Research Labs here in Washington, so the major Department of Defense labs. He was one step down after the director of the lab, and he had been in a vault where he saw the document skiff and saw the documentation that we had mastered gravity control, meaning that we had experimentation with it earlier, but mastering it so it was stable occurred in October of 1954. His name is Richard Foch, F-O-C-H. He is deceased, but he worked with us for many years and was very much inside. He also introduced me to some folks down near the Redstone Arsenal and a man who is under contract with IT&T, but he actually is working for the CIA, and he has developed these technologies also beginning in the 70s. And I've been at this man's skiff, he's been at my home. When he was going to develop one of these systems for us, some thugs went down and threatened his wife's life. So, he had to back down. At that time, we didn't have a way to secure safety. So, yes, we do know that this goes back a long time. I know that we have Senator John Warner's son here. His father was involved with this committee, majority, a joint intelligence committee, along with George H.W. Bush, who was the one who back down all the way into this. And I was very involved with that. There's a long story here with people tonight. But we do know that Paul Mellon, the grandfather of John Warner IV, who's here today, went over and retrieved a German disc at the end of World War II that was their prototype to develop a so-called anti-gravity electromagnetic gravitic system, but it wasn't fully operational by the time the war ended. But that became something that then was pursued later through operations that were highly classified in the United States in the very black aerospace world. And we have this very well documented, by the way. A great deal of history here of the United States and after World War II that the public doesn't know about, but it'll come out. Other questions? Yes, ma'am. Well, we need networking support. We need people like Sean Ryan to have you on his show. And we got this message out to so many members of the military, Delta Force guys, Navy SEALs, others, and are now coming forward. We need significant funding because it's an unfunded project. Everyone who works with it is a volunteer, has been for 33 years. But I also think that we need people to network with friends, and it needs to be grassroots movement of people, and people need to also take the action. I think most importantly, I think everyone who knows the truth about this needs to work night and day. This is what I did. I basically gave up about $12 million earnings to do this. But my view of it is that we need people who understand what's at stake and walk the talk. It needs to go beyond just gab. We need action. And I think the timeline for it, the defense sector there is following this. There are multiple people there coming forward. There's a big asset base there in the time gap. And the members of the Australian Senate are also open to this. And this needs to be a worldwide effort, not just United States. Yes, all of this is available, assuming we can get it to you. That can be emailed to you, the redacted one. Obviously, the unredacted one is very sensitive. I'm not going to disclose the names of the hundreds of men and women who want to not be disclosed publicly. Now, it's very courageous of these guys to do it. I know what it's like to be put in the crosshairs of this subject and ridicule and fame for 30 years. So these are very courageous people. But that list you can actually receive as well as the entire facilities list. Now, the facilities list just gives you a location, doesn't tell you quite everything that's there. It gives you a little bit of a little blur. But it's what we can provide at this point. Again, remember, any requests like this are being fulfilled by volunteers who have day jobs. So be patient with your requests. Communicate that to our staff or email address. Yes, other. Yes. The illegal secret government. Well, look, I know a number. I've actually met with a few of them over the years. He's deceased now, General Stubblebine, offered me $2 billion not to do what I'm doing in 1992. Witnesses to this. The level of corruption is almost unbelievable. We do have a man who's this former chairman of a major Fortune 100 company who wants to come forward, but he and his family have been threatened in the last month. So I've had these conversations. This man, by the way, confirms that corporation has free energy. He regrets what he's done. He is retired, and he would love to see this come forward for his children and grandchildren. He's a decade or more older than me. So at this point, the ones who are not wanting to be named, I don't name. However, However, if there's a proper investigation out of the White House and the Senate, we will name them, and if they need to be subpoenaed, they will be subpoenaed. But I mean, this is a process where I don't want to burn bridges to people who are actually sympathetic to what we're doing, but we have not provided enough protection, including immunity from seizure of their assets. This gentleman has several $100 million. He doesn't want to have that confiscated. He doesn't want his family threatened. And so it's a complicated issue. It's not like blurting out a bunch of names. Other folks who have been named on this group are Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, who is still living, and other folks. So I think he was Director of National Security Agency, Deputy Director of CIA, and moved over to Science Applications International Corporation. We know which corporations are involved. We know where many of their plants are, the bases are. And I think those have to be put under the control of the President and the Congress immediately. And I think that's more important than, the personalities involved. But ultimately, it does come down to people. All of it comes down to people. And I think we need to have a number of those folks who are now out of their positions, out of the C-suite, step forward. But we need, so I keep emphasizing this, clear protections for them. Because this is no laughing matter. I mean, you've heard what happens. Many of these are people who incidentally came across this and it destroyed their lives. Imagine if you were read in for 20 years. I mean, there are wet works at the kill teams that will be deployed. And so this is very, very serious. It needs to be taken seriously. And I will not be, too cavalier about what I'm going to require for those folks who do want to do the right thing. Now, the ones who don't want to do the right thing, I said this, put a clock on it. The Congress and the President puts a clock on that. And then at that point, they get prosecuted. Or, and by any means necessary, this gets resolved.
Dr. Greer, can you give any, I'm over here, Gavin McKenna. Can you give any clarification on the Van Allen radiation belts? There's a lot of dissension about the Van Allen radiation belts. Do you have any clarification on transportation through that?
No, I don't have any specific information on that. I do going through, frankly, solid matter. Is there another member of the media present?
Dr. Greer, can you tell us more about the program likeforms that are involved in the so-called abduction phenomenon, please? Thank you.
Yes, those have been around for a very long time. As you know from our Air Force Office of Special Investigations witness who appeared and acknowledged that document in 2017. In the early days, and I actually have met with people on the tactical teams in the good old days, where they would have people who were short and looked whatever, and there was stagecraft, like Disney said, and they would be on these electromagnetic devices using various chemicals and what have you to abduct people. The purpose for that is to present a false threat from space. It's what Werner von Braun, who invented the rocket for Germany in World War II, told Carol Rosin on his deathbed and begged her to try to prevent the weaponization of space, and etc. He knew this was going on in 1974 when he made that warning. You can see her testimony at the Disclosure Project website on YouTube. However, it evolved from that point to where they have very sophisticated robotic objects and beings that look exactly like a gray or this or that. And I've met multiple people who have constructed them, operated them, or been victims of them who are military. Digna was actually abducted and taken into the scrap through technologies that sounds like science fiction. Remember what Ben Rich told my friend James Goodall, who was here, an aerospace historian, right before he died. And he said, anything you can imagine that they've done on Star Trek is out in the desert. He's not talking about Area 51, he's talking about the Lockheed assets. And we've already done it. We have it. It exists. We've either used it or decided not to use it. He also wrote the reply to one of his friends that was tracked, where the man said, "Do you think UFOs exist, and are they extraterrestrial or ours?" He said they are both. And that is from the director, the head, Lockheed Skunk Works, Ben Rich, legendary. So I always tell people, we have all this in the archive. Please don't just take my word for it. Never had a clearance, never been to government, emergency doctor doing this to help the future of our planet. But we have all the information that proves every bit of this. And under oath, these courageous men and hundreds of others will tell the truth. Yes. I can understand the question.
The U.S. sovereignty is threatened because of the shadow government and those forces.
I will tell you that effectively, the constitutional government of the United States, at least in this area, has been nullified since about the late 1950s. We've cracked this. It's a huge problem, and they're continuing to do it. Now, in other regards, it's business as usual. Remember, this organization is transnational, operates globally with a lack of systems. And so it's not just a U.S. problem, it's a global problem. But the center of gravity is here in the United States.
It's Dr. Joan Butler from Pathfinder News. Dr. Gear, thank you. This has been mind-blowing, but are there international groups such as yourself, similar to Disclosure Project across the world, like networking with others like mine?
Well, yes, we have people involved in what we're doing in various other countries, including Russia, and their space program, and other places. We obtained testimony of the Russian generals in Europe, where an extraterrestrial vehicle and beings put some of the people at a intercontinental missile site kind of in basis so they could go in, predict an overheated missile that was being tested, blowing up, and it triggered World War III. Now, I will tell you, there are a number of instances involved nuclear sites, weapons storage areas, etc. There have been power plants, there have been heat because there's energy being given off from those systems that are beyond the electromagnetic whole spectrum that Dr. Zuhari, who was here this weekend, was a physicist, described in the scalar range. So I think that the interstellar civilizations, the extraterrestrial civilizations, have a profound concern because those can be a threat to them. They energy forms, but they know the threat existential to the Earth. I actually honestly believe these civilizations regard the Earth as precious and humanity is filled with promise. And I think they have been trying to warn us and keep us from going down the path of geophysical disaster or war that would be using weapons. The most dangerous weapons are under knowledge, not the nuclear ones. One that Mr. Pecker is talking about, others, and we have a great deal of information on that. I have folks who work for the NSA and also Raytheon have used some of those horrific ways to trigger deliberately earthquakes and other problems. So this is something that is very serious, and it has to be gotten under control. When I say that these projects need to get under supervision and control like some sane folks who aren't sociopaths, it has to happen fairly.
Billy Carson for Prison Knowledge TV. Hey there. Come in around clear for me. With regards to the civilian RICO, can we foresee if this process is successful, any potential prison time for any of these corporate execs that are behind this?
Look, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. I think what we want to do first is to gain their cooperation with the effort. We hope we can exert enough pressure both through what we're world what's happening in Congress, that gets resolved. What you don't want to do is just throw down with folks who have technology. And I will tell you, when I was briefing Admiral Tom Wilson, head of intelligence and staff in 1997, at the end I asked him, we need your help to get this project under control. And he said, well, there's the Secretary of Defense, I can't do it without theirs, and he's not giving me that order. What about the president? The president waved off. So they're very involved with Lawrence Rockefeller and all those issues. So the question becomes very quickly, and he said to me, how would we take on a police who have technology 1,000 years beyond what I know now? The best thing I can deploy is the D2 self-bomb. So this is
What the fuck? I
very
don't think
serious
this is
issue.
funny at all.
How do you approach this? Now, the constitutional government of the United States has rule of law, and I think it is disclosed properly, the support of the populace and the people, and the rank and file. And I want to point out, virtually all the Disclosure Project witnesses, except some of these few that are very much at the top, were just obeying orders. They were at a site, Delta Force, Navy SEAL, or what have you. They didn't know that the management of it had escaped constitutional control. And I didn't know that until 1993. And that was, of course, my coming of age when I realized, my God, the president, the director of the CIA were denied access, and then multiple senators and congressmen that I met with privately. So I think that what we want to do is resolve this in a peaceful, legal fashion, and we do not want to just go straight to, DEFCON 1, right? We don't want to go to that. So I think we need to do that in the next 6 months. However, the information I have, I want to further that. We've got it properly next year, and then things are going to deteriorate significantly. I don't want to really go into, let them speak for themselves. When I take meetings, I take them if they're confidential, they're confidential. I'm not important in this, not supporting. I'm 68. I was 34 when I started on this path, double my age. I'm not going to live another 30 years probably. So, my point is I want to be the means to get the intelligence, the information, the coalition together to move this forward. And I think it's going to need, the members of Congress who come forward about this, such as Congressman Chip of Tennessee, who has called for these open hearings. He's on the House Oversight Committee. There are many members of Congress who are awakening to this problem. The issue is they're moving much too slowly. You need to contact these members of Congress and also the White House and the office of the president and say this needs to be dealt with expeditiously because they now have in their possession the entire Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive. And what I have to say about that is no more excuses. No more excuses. They have everything they need.
Dr. Greer, as a special operations faculty, you're left. There you go.
There you are.
Yeah. First and foremost, thank you for everything you do. We appreciate that. My name is Justin Wilson. I'm a former special operations operator, and I currently own a media company called Victorian. Two-part question. The first one being, is there no hostility from another species because there's a higher governing species, or is it just the fact that there is no hostility whatsoever? How can we be sure of that? First question.
Everybody who I know who has dealt directly with those beings have told me our own experience, and that is they are completely not hostile. They have been portrayed as such because how do you unite the world around a military response? You create a false alien threat. This is what Werner von Braun warned about, and we are very much at that point, unfortunately. So I think that calmer minds need to prevail. So there is no evidence that they are hostile. Now let me make one other point. As I said one time to a general, I'll say who it is. if they were hostile, given the galactic foolish things we have done, targeting them, striking them, now these systems that are faster than speed of light, moving out to space, the technologies they have, in a fraction of a second, could shut down all those systems and everything else. They have not. Why have they not? Because they are essentially very peaceful, highly organized, socially evolved.
Yeah, for Helen Joe.
One other point, common sense. If you possess those sort of weapons, you're still of the consciousness of violence, you're going to blow yourself up. Or some nearby planet with you. Because we're not talking about, let's forget science fiction. We're not talking about boom, boom with a laser beam, right? Or kinetic missiles, or even a thermonuclear weapon. We're talking about the effect the fabric of space-time. And then if those technologies are weaponized, it's over in a fraction of a second.
I love that deep time.
I said to one senior military guy that they are not hostile. You and I know what we've been doing. It's quite clear that this is actually if you understand what covert illegal projects have been doing.
No cowbell.
Not any, intervention by the aliens or the.
Yo, dog.
There is this power, and there's people in control. If we don't fix this ourselves, is there going to be any kind of intervention from up there? We continue to destroy the earth as we are.
So that's what I spoke to a moment ago. I think that there are two parts. One is operations within the constitutional government of the United States that are not going to put up with this. Terrestrial civilizations cannot afford this progression of technology being deployed against them. It's been much of it's been reverse engineered from the ET vehicles, right? And so at a certain point, where do they have to do something to protect
Okay, now.
So far,
This is for Sarah. What's Sarah's last name? I don't really remember. I got a lot of Sarah's in my time, kids.
But I think that I honestly,
but she's the one person I know from Mississippi. That's all that fucking matters.
So-called illegal operations is that these assaults would not be able to go on beyond 2020. Within 3 denial, shock.
If you know what I mean. Mississippi Queen. She told me everything. There you go.
It has been an existential crisis for them psychologically, organizationally, etc. I won't say who but it is one of the chief folks.
I want to say.
Working with us on this.
No, that's another
everything we had, I did. Very senior intelligence person, and he had 2 Black Hawks over his house, shaking his house with his kids the next day. Just hovering.
Well, what the fuck is this shit?
He's a very courageous man, a hero of the country who is unnamed. But what I'm saying is that it's going to be a process because there's so much to know, and it's so shocking. And I think most people in the media and government cannot believe what Senator Indy knew in 1987 and confirmed to Mr. Garcia in 2000.
Yeah.
And I think that you want to sort of go into denial. This just can't be. I did have someone years ago who was.
What in the hell is that? I'll remember.
Member of the Canadian.
Anyway, I just felt badly for her because she always made it said we owe this one. Like these 2 really close friends I knew.
Nobody wants to deal with it. This is another problem. It's easier just to go.
How many
this
Sarahs
is
did you know?
too difficult. This tax bill is, or whatever it is, and I understand that. I mean, honestly, I sometimes wish I never found out what I did about this issue. I got kind of dragged into getting involved at this level, and I never thought I would have to. And my naivete as a young doctor.
Just a dozen that year.
You tell the right people
for
they should
Riz?
provide the evidence. And
for shiz.
But, and they should. What we're trying to do, we can get some help for you guys here and listening, is that we need someone who's
that's
very good
gonna
data
bother the
scientist
shit out of me.
file
I want to say your last name.
to take this entire archive thing yet to do. And so it can be organized, and then I would do briefing modules, maybe, I don't know, a dozen, 20 of them, that would connect all that evidence and testimony into an intelligence assessment. And I've done a number of these, back in the day, I've provided intelligence assessments to folks, because ultimately the comprehensive assessment based on multiple terabytes of data, hundreds of witness testimonies, thousands of government documents.
What's her name?
That has to be put together in something sensible.
Oh, that's going to drive me crazy.
But I think that's what we need to do, so that if you're the national security advisor, or the president, or chairman of a committee, or the members, that they can go from understanding it in a methodical way. It's so much to unpack, and it's so overwhelming. But that's just something I haven't had time.
Could have been a deep
On my free time, we'll work on it together.
This is what it's like to go into one of those.
Understand your proposition of benevolence. I'd like to follow up a little bit with the gentleman over there about hostile intention, kind of intention. Have you ever had any information or relate to you towards genetic manipulation of the species that have been ongoing or previously talked about, which would, of course, construe a national security threat to the Republic? Has any of that ever come your way?
Well, I've certainly heard about it, but what I've heard is the reverse. That our classified projects have taken genetic material and altered it for various purposes, including cloning projects and this program Likeform. So in reality, it's probably flown the other way from the folks I've heard. Look, I'm been told we have to be out of here at 5. Thank you for your patience. I know we went over about an hour. But help us if you can, and God bless all of you. We'll see you soon.
Working, boy. We're working on the animals, I think. She no longer is? She didn't cut it.
Doubt and how much of a spectacle it becomes.
No one
the last time he was inducted.
Using AI, and you really like writing emails, so that's a good application of that. But really, who owns that text, and what if it says something wrong? Right? And that also gets into this other part of the music question, where I don't want to get too far out over the seas and say it's better than it actually is, because it still does make some mistakes. Here's another clip of that AI Ariana Grande song from earlier. That sounds like fraud there, right? It's not great. There are flaws there, but that.
What in the hell is what the last name? I want to say it started with an S. But I know a lot of guys in the last name with an S. First name first there.
Technology coming for an art form when it shouldn't be. But I was reading an article recently that was saying that this sort of artifact, these flaws in these AI generated songs.
But she's the one person I've ever. Thank you very much for this. For Riz?
And that's kind of what the sound is. So, yeah, it's an interesting concept. Yeah, the heuristic here is iterate or die. So
Dude, where are the girls on this show?
Thanks so much, Mike. Always a pleasure. Yeah, we got some final answers here. And I think we're all pretty eager to hear what this Eagles problem is coming later this year as well. They kind of hold track of something.
What in the hell?
Other text activities that came by. Reddit backlash. I kind of want to ask him about his AR/VR headset experience. He may have talked about it. But first, from the Southern California School of English practices, so let's go places.
Do they not have any women who work in camera? I mean, come on. Let's think about this. This is a good point. The early morning person's now a man, maybe perhaps a woman. It needs to be labeled a mom ago. They have 3 guys on the next thing. They have a guy who's the head person on the show, even though it should be a girl. And then they have two guys. Then they have another guy and another guy. And yet all they do is talk about diversity. And Nick like Angel Martinez, she doesn't even work there, but she like barely like it's bad. Yo, dog. Oh, keep Instagram open while I finish posting. Yo. Connect to the internet. I like when it looks like connect to the internet. What the hell is that? I don't remember.
The Dodgers open their homestand by beating the White Sox. Will Smith and Dave Carlson at homework in the 4-5 first inning.
Start with a little bit of an accent. Really? Yeah, it was super cute.
Hi, this is David RV. Saturday Live, TED Studio 2, Burbank, California. Thank you very much. Now, this is what I'd like to start with. This is my impression of a very I think all of us at one time in our lives wanted to be a rock star. All you do is flare your nostrils, look like you're about to vomit. Everything you say is suddenly terribly important. Doesn't have to make any literal sense. You know, ladies and gentlemen, a long time ago there were lots of people. That's all I wanted to say.
Yo.
When they start to sing and the lyrics are so inane, it sounds like they're making up the singing. Paradise.
Could a strange substance found by a Southwest Arkansas man be part of a government test? Well, that's the question at the heart of a phenomenon called chemtrails, now getting widespread attention.
Well, they say the government is dumping chemicals on us to control or manipulate the weather.
And they say the unusual-looking jet trails in the sky are actually chemical-laden chemtrails.
People say the government is up there in airplanes spraying all kinds of chemicals to change or manipulate the weather, leaving what you see there, and they call that a chemtrail.
So when I look at there and I think of contrails, you're telling me are chemtrails?
Yes, that a contrail would be dissipated by now.
And it's interesting, Dale and Christina, this is of interest not just in this country, but European countries and frankly all over the world.
Atmosphere believed that they'd be able to surely spot any kind of signs of an ominous plot.
Our journey started in San Diego, California, where thousands of scientists, engineers, policymakers, and journalists gathered to the American Association for the Advancement of Science Conference. One of the topics was the artificial manipulation of the Earth's climate, also called geoengineering. During the meeting, scientists spoke about the plausibility of implementing geoengineering campaigns throughout the world under the guise of preventing global warming. One widely accepted theory was to block the sun by spraying something into the atmosphere. When they were asked about existing aerosol programs, they stated clearly that no such programs have ever been implemented. But strangely, these proposals sounded exactly like what people around the world are claiming is already happening.
And I found out that the American Association for the Advancement of Science was going to be held down here, and the main body of topics would be on geoengineering. I had to come. I had to be in on this. I had to hear what these top climate change scientists had to say.
And that's the other question about chemtrails and whether geoengineering is being employed right now about our knowledge. I don't know personally think that, other than to say that I worked in government at 3 levels of what chemists in state government. I'm personally skeptical of that. But obviously, you never know what you don't know.
Chemtrails. On the internet, they are cited as proof of the government creating clouds to combat global warming.
They claim the American government, with the secret approval of the national government, is covertly using jet aircraft to spray population centres with aluminium, with barium, and with strontium so as to reduce people's immunity and reduce the global population.
Because I'm always a little bit suspicious because the government doesn't seem that capable to do something on such a large scale.
That is not rain, that is not snow. Believe it or not, military aircraft flying through the region is dropping chaff. Small bits of aluminum, sometimes it's made of plastic or even metallicized paper products, but it's used as an anti-radar issue, and obviously they're up there practicing. Now, they won't confirm that, but I was in the Marine Corps for many years, and I'll tell you right now, that's what it is.
And what happens here, military jets, some come out of Key West Air Force Base, and they move off into the atmosphere. Air Force does is they take their military jets and they dump these out of the aircraft, they fall into the atmosphere, and some take as much to a day to fall down.
This is inevitably military or something going on. The government, the Air Force, you see this kind of a pattern like this, you can rest assured there's something going on. They're actually little bitty magnetic and little bitty strips of, whether it's aluminum.
So it's a nuisance to you and I to determine what's real and what's not, but it looks like it is a life-saving operation there for the military.
The apparent motive behind this conspiracy theory is one world government.
Order, I cannot hear.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that both my ministry and my colleague, the Minister of Health, who have received correspondence on this issue, that this conspiracy theory does not have an iota of truth, and that the trails observed from aircraft simply come from jet engines. And I think what an appalling example it is of the new Foreign Affairs spokesperson for the Labour Party that she's spreading conspiracy theories about the United States government.
The House has heard sufficient. It is called geoengineering, fighting global warming by putting a chemical dust in the atmosphere and reflecting harmful radiation back into space.
We take geoengineering to mean deliberate, large-scale intervention into the system.
There are a variety of schemes that have been discussed for geoengineering. A classic example is injecting reflecting particles into Earth orbit.
Nevertheless, there might be some good reasons to think about alumina. It turns out, first of all, there's been a lot of work on the environmental consequences of alumina in the stratosphere. The big deal really is that alumina has 4 times the volumetric rate of forcing for small particles as does sulfur. And that means you have 4 times less surface area for the same rate of forcing. And this is a much bigger deal. You have roughly 16 times less the coagulation rate. And that's the thing that really drives removal. So you could get away, we think, with much smaller mass volumes.
So that's why we see things like in the used aircraft patent from '89, they talk about aluminum. And that's why we're seeing in the surface water samples aluminum. And here's David Keith saying that aluminum has 4 times the reflective volume surface area. So they'd like us to think that we're talking about sulfur, but here they slipped up and let it out that aluminum is 4 times better to achieving their ends, and it sounds like it's going to be one they don't want us to know the effects of.
The little picture is from a nanofabrication study, which shows you can make very high quality, and do this in just a jet in a very simple way, make high quality alumina particles just by spraying aluminum vapor out, which oxidizes. So it's certainly in principle possible to do that. There's a big literature that's already looked at that. And you could do that by either building new versions of these aircraft or even re-engineering existing aircraft. So there's some ideas about, so you go to an engineering firm and you want this done. They don't say this is hard or unusual. They say, okay, yes, we could do it. Aerosol geoengineering looks like it is so cheap that the cost is basically not going to be an issue. That means that implementation decisions will be risk-to-risk decisions. the risk of doing it against the risk of not doing it. And it makes the problem of how we govern it fundamentally harder and different and novel. So I've told you this, cheap to deliver, complicated the environmental effects will look. And that's a good thing, because right now it looks too easy. So I think that if we do more research, we're likely to find out that it's harder and more complicated than we thought, and that side effects are harder to manage. And that's a healthy outcome that will make it easier to do the match. Of course, the opposite reaction is possible. It's an empirical question how people will actually react to knowledge about this. Another reaction is to say, if these crazy scientists are so concerned about putting CO2 in the atmosphere, they want to think about these things, then that might actually mean we should be more serious about the use of CO2 in the atmosphere. And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard. It's more like free riding on our grandkids. And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard. It's more like free riding on our grandkids.
Numerous air quality studies, including from CARB, California Air Quality Resource Board, have named submicron-sized particulates as being particularly harmful for human respiration. Through all the discussions today, I have not heard any mention of this fallout, and has this been studied, and also the effects of a highly reactive metal like aluminum on toxifying soils and waters?
The question is, what would be the effects of these materials on, in particular, small particles in aluminum?
So the collaborators of mine working on the aerosol scheme are actually folks from Carnegie Mellon who've focused on human health impacts. And while we haven't published it, that was the very first thing we did, was do the order of magnitude calculation in level pencil and paper, but with an expert on human health impacts about whether there could be an issue. And for aluminum or other particles, there are a lot of toxicological things that need to get looked at seriously. But if you're just thinking about the sheer number of particles and the human health impact of small particles, the answer is, well, we haven't published it. That was the first thing we looked at with some of the leading experts who do epidemiological research on human health impacts, and it's not even close to being an issue.
10 megatons of aluminum dumped into the atmosphere would have no.
So let me be more careful here. We're to separate out the toxicological. So the alumina we've only begun to research and published nothing. The alumina we've only begun to research and published nothing.
Dane looked at him and he said, so you're telling me that spraying 10 to 20 megatons of aluminum, as you said, would have no human health effects? He took a deep breath and he swallowed and he said, let me be more careful here.
We haven't done anything serious on alumina, and so there could be something terrible that we'll find tomorrow. We haven't looked at it.
And that, for me, that was the whole main point of what is going to be coming out to the public. It's the damaging effects of aluminum that are being found around the world in massive amounts. Here's David Keith confronted on this very issue, and he looked, at that point, like they just let the cat out of the bag.
We haven't done anything serious on alumina, and so there could be something terrible that we'll find tomorrow. We haven't looked at it.
Because they have an agenda that's separate from trying to thwart this crisis of global warming. There's obviously several other objectives, whether it's depopulation, control, weapons aspects, communications aspects, all kinds of things, wild cards that we know nothing about. We don't really know, and I'm not going to attempt to speculate on exactly what the agendas are, but we can see clearly the agendas are not benefiting mankind. It's benefiting the agenda of the elite.
So I think the question is, how do you draw the line between some activity that is allowed and doesn't need global governance and activities that do require global governance?
Dr. John Holdren has agreed to serve as Assistant to the President for Science and Technology, the Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. I look forward to his wise counsel in the years ahead.
My personal opinion is that we have to keep geoengineering on the table. We have to look at it very carefully because we might get desperate enough to want to use it.
The ocean, that the only plausible way in which we could start the Earth cooling this century is to directly intervene in the climate system, say by putting particles in the stratosphere.
We do stuff in the stratosphere all the time, of course, so it's not as though the stratosphere is absolutely pristine. But you don't want to have people going off and doing things that involve large radiative forcings or go on for extended periods, or for that matter, provide lots of reactive surfaces that could result in significant ozone destruction.
maybe I'm putting a particle into the atmosphere because I'm trying to make money, or maybe I'm putting a particle into the atmosphere because I'm engaging in scientific research and trying to understand cloud physics, or maybe I'm putting this particle into the atmosphere because I'm trying to make it rain locally to seed a cloud and get more snow on our ski slopes. And this obviously raises all kinds of questions. It's hugely risky. It will likely negatively impact some people, but we might find ourselves in a situation where those risks seem worth taking.
One of the things that really shocked me was in one of the breakouts, they had the benefits of these programs and then the risks. Now, the benefits, the one thing that was stated was the just cooling the planet. Some of the risks were ozone depletion, droughts in Africa and Asia.
I got to tell you, I came away from this experience after listening to these scientists for 4 days of symposiums, really concerned, because it's clear now that they are justifying, rationalizing, and looking to legitimize some really, really horrible impacts, further impacts on our environment. And they're basically formulating the sales strategy and the implementation and oversight strategy and the funding strategy.
After San Diego, I was shocked by the programs that had been proposed. I decided to write about it. That night when I finished, I sent the article to an online publication with my email address attached. When I woke up the next morning, my inbox was flooded with responses from around the world. Why? Because I had just broken the story on aluminum in geoengineering models, which I had no clue at the time that very few people knew about. Now, this metal, aluminum, is being found in massive quantities, way above normal levels, all over in rain, in soil, and in snow. After that, the calls started pouring in from people who were desperate for someone to investigate. That was the fuel that started the film. Before we started filming, with one of our favorite I'd like to talk for a minute about an issue that's getting more and more attention. That's the issue which scientifically is called stratospheric aerosol geoengineering, also called the chemtrail issue.
I'm very aware of the chemtrail versus contrail controversy. As far as I'm concerned, it's an open and shut case. I have development of jet travel from its very beginning. I used to live near the Los Angeles airport. Remember when the first jets came in and landed? Man, they made a big noise. We never heard a noise like that before. And we used to go down and sit at the end of the runway and watch these jets come in and take off because it was a novel experience. I've been watching jets all my life. I know about jet contrails. I've watched them. They vaporized moisture, ice crystals, and they get out there in the atmosphere, and then they effervesce and evaporate and then disappear, and you can see them. The plane moves along, and the little white trail follows right behind it, usually about 10 or 20 lengths of the plane or thereabouts, and then it's gone. And you can still see them that way, by the way, once in a while. So there goes a contrail. These other things we're talking about are not at all the same phenomena at all. These planes go by, and they billow out this white smoke, and it covers the sky from horizon to horizon. It doesn't dissipate at all. And they crisscross each other. And you see this thing cover the sky and turn it milky, and then people start having trouble breathing, and then you hear stories about the aluminum and barium deposits that they're picking up and the residue. You put it all together, and I don't see how anybody who's got their eyes open and their mind open can come to any other conclusion but that somebody is spending a lot of money and effort to spray the planet. The question is, why? I have my own theories, but I hope that there will be some good investigative reporters go out there and get us the answer. I know that whenever it's finally discovered, and it will be, the people who are doing it will undoubtedly say, oh, well, we did it for you folks. It's for the greater good of the greater number. It's for the society. It's probably to prevent global warming, or maybe it's to inoculate people against some kind of a dreaded biological attack. We can't go around shooting everybody in the arm, but we can spray them and save their lives. You see how good we are? We're doing it for the benefit of society. I know they're going to, whatever it is, they're going to say it was for your good, but mine.
Think if we had the ability to steer hurricanes, and the hurricane was going to slam into New Orleans. And let's say you could steer it so it would hit Mississippi instead. Where for 100, that means I would be willing to more or less kill 18 Mississippians to say 1,800 New Orleanians. And if you do that knowingly, are you murdering those 100 people? And there's all kinds of equity issues there. Now, also, we might be wrong about our steering, and if we didn't do the research right, maybe our steering would intensify Katrina and even kill more people in New Orleans. And so this reduce overall damage, and then how do you deal with the understanding that you might be damaging some people who wouldn't have been damaged before while saving people overall?
The spraying appears to be mostly in NATO countries. I've seen it here in the United States. I've seen it in England. I've seen it in Scotland. I've seen it in Canada. And I've had reports from people that live in France. There's a grouping. There's a political grouping here of some sort. It's international in scope. It's not just an American phenomenon. It's international. And anybody that wants to investigate that, I think, has to take that fact into consideration. They're going to find a political grouping and a political motive here. But in my humble opinion, it's not your good or mine at all. I don't know what it is, but we'll soon find out. I'm sure that if you follow the old advice, which is follow the money, you'll come to the answer sooner or later.
Soon we realized that we all shared the same need to get this information out there, to share with the public, to let people know what is being done. Ed felt so passionately about the issue, he offered to help us.
Well, the main thing now, since looks like the budget is going to be met, is TED. We don't come off the tree knowing any answers at all.
Yeah, we're not scientists. We're just asking questions. Exactly.
And we've got to be very skeptical about the answers. That's it's totally accurate, totally honest. Why can't people see this? They're not hearing it. They don't know that the facts are not being presented. We're very lucky, you know. Look at this opportunity that's been done. Opportunity.
It's this is going to be a battle. I know that.
Challenge in a battle. I mean, why are we here if it's not
I go to get home tomorrow, so it's going to be you for the moment. I'm on in the end. So.
Sounds good.
I saw the sky crisscross with chemtrails, and I can't remember if it was in LA or I was on the road, but I had looked up one day and I thought, look at that. That's not the flight path, man. That was a grid, a regular grid over the city, and I couldn't believe my eyes.
Milky white clouds.
And, it all seems very obvious. And now the evidence of what we have on the ground with the aluminum, the barium, strontium, and with what we see in the patents and what geoengineers say are going to happen, I mean, for the everyday Joe, this is a slam dunk.
This is a very delicate moment for the powers that be, because they're taking a covered-up operation like the tropospheric aerosol program, or chemtrails, Project Icarus, whatever it is, they had many names over the years, and they're making it over into a geoengineering scientific shield to deflect sunlight because global warming's out of hand. So at this very moment, the belly of the beast is right above us with no armor. Whether people believe in chemtrails or not, the geoengineering should be scary enough. And when people learn about geoengineering, chemtrails will then become apparent because they're the same.
So you're talking about global conspiracy.
Geoengineers propose doing this on a global level.
Off to Redding, California. Yes, this is the second step after the 8 AF meeting. We'll see what we find.
Right here in Northern California at Dane Wigington's house. He owns over Dane. We'll see, what's going on his property. We'll see what he's going through and also what action he's taking based on the test results that he has.
you know, I have a background in the energy fields. I worked in the first solar plants in the continental U.S. in the early 80s. My home was on the cover of the world's largest renewable energy magazine. So this is my background. My goal has been to alert the public there's a mountain of toxic material falling on us, period. Before about 5 years ago, our skies were typically blue, and now you see it's covered with lines and haze, and virtually nothing you see on the horizon, nothing you see in the sky above us is a natural cloud. I mean, it is virtually all the remnants of these aircraft lines that you see fanning out, spreading into clouds, artificial clouds. But the sky is a very dirty look to it. There's not the white cloud blue sky that we had a few years ago, but it looks like there's some sort of massive industrial activity or forest fires burning over there. We see that typically every night. You see even down to ground level, the clarity drops off significantly, and we don't see that except for the days when we have these long lingering trails that spread and cover the whole sky, and on certain days you can see these trails actually dropping vertically like a veil. We assume the particulates are descending, and we have the test to prove that we are being inundated with levels of aluminum and particulates that are literally tens of thousands of times what would already be considered high. So we're not talking about exposure, a slight percentage higher of these toxic materials. We're talking about quantities, for example, off the side of Mount Shasta. If you can pan back, that's a landmark in Northern California, considered to be a pristine water source. Aluminum or snow sample off the side of Mount Shasta tested 61,000 parts per billion.
This is just ordinary snow water, and people are drinking this stuff when they're hiking on the mountain. And remember, government action is required at 1,000. This is 61 times over the government limit, and our hikers are drinking this poisonous water on Mount Shasta Mountain itself. Barium, 83. Strontium, 383.
So this summer, the people climbing are drinking poison.
Basically. I certainly wouldn't want to drink 61,000 micrograms per liter of aluminum.
And again, we've already seen in 5 years soil pHs in this area that have escalated 10 to 12 times, and we can prove that conclusively. This is not speculation. We can prove conclusively that these metals have been in the rain. We have duplicate samples.
Bachelor of Science in Forestry, International School of Forestry at Missoula. Master's in Zoology, specialized in aquatics. 35 years with the U.S. Forest Service as a wildlife biologist. And before that, several years with the USDA Soil Conservation Service as a soil conservationist. Also have run the botany programs, range and grazing programs. And I continue that today. Right now I do a lot of master gardener consultation work. When I started this garden back in about 2005 or so, pH here was 5.5, 5.6. This is the old soil survey of the county. You can look at the page right here. This is my soil right here. It's a Dietz 125, 126 here at my house. And here, the soil reaction pH should be between 4.5 and 6.0. And over there in the pyramid, it's even a little darker. It's 6.8 right there.
And what can this do to plant life and ecosystems?
Well, you haul one of these things out and you start looking at the little things that are crawling around the soil. A lot of times they aren't there anymore. The little soil arthropods that you can barely see on a microscope. You can actually see movement with this. Little tiny macroscopic, look like little moving pieces of dust. Those start to go away. They're not gone entirely, but they start to go away. This is black oak acorn. So this is pieces of cedar wood. Come on, folks. This should be very acid, and I'm getting 10 times higher than expected. There's something really wrong here. You can see all those reports, lots of them.
Have over 20 reports here.
Well, at least 20. I'd say it'd be closer to 30.
all revealing dangerous amounts of aluminum and barium.
You know, the science is there that something funny is happening, and the naysayers say, well, so what? Isn't neutral good? Well, no, neutral is not good. Neutral is not good. If your soil is supposed to be 5.6, it should stay 5.6 if you want the forest to be healthy. And if you want to grow a good garden, you have to keep your pH around 6.0, 6.5.
I think that we just need to wake up and just look at what's happening, because we can't just ignore it, because it's going to get worse and worse if we just keep ignoring it and pushing it away like, oh, it's nothing. There was mason jars, and they were brand new, sterilized, and that's what we catch the rain in. And then there was a HEPA filter that we tested the air with.
Okay, so you caught rain and then you basically filtered air. What did you find?
Aluminum.
Here's another test that's revealing 375,000 parts per million aluminum, barium at 3,090, and strontium at 345.
Yeah, that's from a lined pond.
With EPDM fish safe pond liner. There is no chemicals, manufactured materials at all in that pond liner that's available to the aquatic life. It's designed for that purpose. The well that feeds this pond has been tested and retested. Indeed, no detectable aluminum, zero. The only other place this pond can receive water is rainfall. We are located on a filtered forested hilltop, miles and miles and miles away from any industry, highway, and so forth. After several heavy spray days, there was a film that we received formed on the surface of the water, and we tested that crust, and it was aluminum and barium. That after a year and a half's accumulation, had 375,000 parts per billion of aluminum in it. It's literally toxic. We can say conclusively that what we see in the sky matches expressly what's outlined in numerous patents, and the materials on the ground match those patents. This material was not there 5 years ago. It is a recent phenomenon in the quantities it's in. It has escalated in some cases 50,000% in 5 years. We've seen profound changes in that time.
Dr. Leonard Time, PhD in chemistry, I cross-checked with him, and he says the oxides of aluminum, barium, and strontium will drive your pH into the coastal from an acid soil like this up into the neutral. There's no question about it.
And that's
exactly what you see happen.
Wow.
In inorganic chemistry from Oregon State University, in which I was working with different metals and oxidation states, and then did a postdoctorate work at Brandeis, where I was working stabilizing off oxidation states of different metals. The goal is to sort of figure out how everything fits in the dynamic equilibrium of life. I was working with Francis up in Mount Shasta, and he showed me some rainwater analyses that had to do with levels of aluminum strong. I feel the major toxin in these chemtrails is the aluminum. And from the levels we were looking in at Mount Shasta, this is totally unacceptable. When you get to metals and biological systems, you're no longer talking about the bulk aluminum that people think about when they're drinking from soda pop cans and that. So once it gets to the aluminum oxide stage, it just forms a plaque within your arteries and shuts down life. When you take elements that normally aren't out in the environment, and you start putting them in the environment, it raises some serious red flags. Aluminum is a very specific, nasty and biological systems. It takes that site and it never lets go, and it shuts down the site, and that's it. And so as you accumulate aluminum over time, it causes major neurological damage because it ends up as aluminum oxide that's essentially stuck in place and can't be flushed out by normal systems.
At the core of everyone's condition, there's always some level of toxins. And aluminum is known to have cancer-causing effects. The half-life is decades. I think that we should be working on taking more of these toxins out of our environment instead of adding more toxins in. It's very concerning that if we add more toxins to our environment, that will be increasing the rates and risks of cancers. Even one patient is not worth it. So sad that they would consider putting aluminum in our environment to affect something when they could be causing so much more damage.
Wherever the material is coming from, it is there. The amount of metal falling on us cannot be disputed. Absolutely, this is not speculation. The amount of metal in the last 4 years, as I said, have increased. The board has studied the aerosols from China. These metals are not amongst them. Mike, the reason I've chosen to focus so primarily on this out your door and taking a breath of air without sucking up heavy metals. If our land base is being poisoned, if our waters are being toxified, what will we have left to work with? Whatever we choose to focus our time and energy on, whatever our political beliefs, that this is a common ground for all of us. We must have air that we can breathe that's not full of toxic chemicals and metals. We must have water that's not completely laden with whatever is being emitted from these aircraft. And if people stopped to consider that the atmosphere is as thin as a layer of paint on a basketball, it is an extremely thin layer that allows life to exist on this planet. To simply treat it as a physics lab and experiment with it until it is broken beyond repair is folly of unbelievable proportion. And if people understood that this sort of experimentation not only is going on, but has been going on for a very, very long time, going back 50 years, there's been, if they think that this is not true, that certainly that somehow they would have known if it was occurring, I would ask them to look at things like Agent Orange and the things that governments do because they can, because there's no one to stop them, because they have these huge military machines that want to control everything. And in fact, the government's own document, perhaps you may have seen, it's available to any online, is called Owning the Weather. An express goal of our government, and not just our government.
The Associated Press says that the American government has created weather tampering techniques so that the New World Order will be able to starve millions of Americans and control the rest. There is weather control techniques. Number one, the entire patents on equipment. Number two, Senator Claiborne Pell's complete statement and story of his own that not only does it exist, but that we even utilize it as far back as the Vietnam War.
Well, we're going to do what we can. Let's see what we can do. You got the scientists behind you. The scientists are with you, so at least this scientist is with you. I may not have $1 million budget, but I've got enough to show that something's eventually wrong. You got it. All right.
So Arizona will be this Monday, the 21st. Senator Johnson up in Show Low. So we're going to be in the car a long time. Well, it is such a pleasure.
This is such a place back here, I'm telling you, Michael. But you know what? We love it. It's so private and it's so quiet and peaceful. Please come in.
My name is Karen Johnson. I served in the Arizona State Legislature for 12 years. I was in the House for 8 of those years and in the Senate for 4 of those years. When you see a plane fly overhead, there's a trail that leaves the end of that plane and it goes from one horizon all the way to the other as the plane flies across, and it begins to filter out and cover more and more of the sky in kind of ripples. It widens out and fills the whole sky. I mean, how could anybody think that that was the case? And then to live and to be underneath that and know that whatever is in that is falling down upon you and upon your animals and upon the earth. And I mean, it's frightening to me. And if people don't start really waking up and facing the fact that we've got people that are doing terrible things to us, and we had better wake up and fight back now. I mean, I'm the mom of 11 kids. I've got 35 grandkids. I mean, I've got a stake in this. I care about what is going to be left for my children. I care about it, and I'm extremely worried about what is going to be left to them.
aluminum is toxic, and we know that it's accumulative, and we know that we're getting more. So we're absorbing it in the air, we're drinking it in our water, so we are accumulating more. So the thought of more aluminum being dispersed in our environment in the way that you mentioned is very frightening to us and very disturbing to us. Those of us who have done any research on this are really quite concerned that we are ill-informed about this issue, and mostly that it's being done. Aluminum is toxic. We know that it is. We can debate as to the amount of toxicity that is going to be disturbing the body, but as far as really accepting the fact that it's accumulative, it's synergistic, then we have to conclude that it's not a good idea to put it in our atmosphere, especially when we know we're getting increased amounts, and especially since we know that the scientific communities around the world are pointing a finger at the heavy metal toxicities, at the toxicities that we're absorbing in the day-to-day food that we eat and the air that we breathe.
The concern is off the charts about why is this happening? Why is this being allowed to be sprayed continually all over the United States, all over the world? Who is paying for this? I mean, the incidence of Alzheimer's has just skyrocketed, which evidently has to do with an accumulation of aluminum in the brain cells. I mean, I think almost every family has been touched by a member as they get older having Alzheimer's. And it's a horrible disease. And to say that, well, this just came because people drank soda pop out of aluminum cans, you know, when my father passed away with Alzheimer's and he didn't ever drink soda pop, you know, that explanation doesn't ring true with me. And so I'm what affect him.
Aluminum and fine metal is an accelerant.
My friend who's a firefighter up in Pine, Arizona for 20 or 30 years says that the wildfires now that they're fighting are way beyond anything they've seen before in intensity. And when you look at the air samples and you see the fine particles of aluminum, which is very flammable, and magnesium settling on the trees, this is causing unprecedented savage wildfire.
But if you look at this, you can see these are parts per million. They sent this to me, and I just found this to be extremely interesting because we should have like 2 parts per million of aluminum in our air. And this is saying that there's 39,000 parts of aluminum. That's astronomical. Barium is high. I mean, these are way off the charts of what people should be breathing or what's coming down on them. And, you know, if people wonder why their health is deteriorating, why they're having to go to emergency rooms, why they can't breathe, you know, why they're getting Alzheimer's, this has been planned. We have elites, I don't know what you want to call them, one worlders, Illuminati, I don't know, whatever you want to call them. But with these people that don't care about the average person, they only care about themselves, their greed, their power. And if they eliminate, you know, 2/3, 3/4 of us from the planet, so much for the better for them, because then they don't have so many people to have to herd around and worry about. So this is a lot what this is about. And this is very, very alarming and scary. I mean, where is this stuff coming from? And why? Why is this kind of stuff being put out there? You know, I've heard different explanations about, oh, we need to cool the planet, all this and that. But if people are up there trying to cool the planet, why do they need all this kind of stuff in it? The explanations just never have really rang very true.
And as I'm setting up the equipment, she looked at me, she said, all these trees here are dying. And I said, what? She says, all these trees in here are dying. So I thought, well, I'm going to test for aluminum because that's one of the key things in the programs that we're talking about, and titanium. And I took some of this bark sample and tested it, and it came back positive with aluminum and titanium. Then I started traveling around California, noticing the same thing. In Lake Tahoe, there was a lot of the same type of bark all through Sacramento area and Davis. Just about everywhere I went, I was noticing this silver white bark. What I think is happening is these chemicals are getting down and destroying the roots. And then as they come up, they're going out into the bark.
Those two right there are the ones that are just, it just hurts so bad to see these two because look how old and big they are. We probably lost 40 trees right here on our 10 acres. Every week have something to do with it, along with their other explanations, would really, really frost me. Every time you lose a tree, you know, it's not good. It's just sad. And there's another one over here in this little group of trees here. Don't you feel better when you stand up and fight than if you crawl down in a little hole and go to sleep? You know, I mean, my gosh, people, your families are out there, children are out there, your grandchildren. I mean, you've got to do something to help.
My greatest hope is to get people to question. And hey, if they don't wake up while we're there, I'm hoping to plant some seeds. We're going to the most beautiful place on the planet, Hawaii, to see what's going on, collect some data.
Thank you for having fun with us. Hope you enjoyed the trip. Have a great vacation and welcome home if you're lucky enough to live here. Thank you.
The whole valley is off the grid, so it's either solar, wind, or generators.
Even coming here, and one would never think, you know, in paradise that it's getting destroyed.
And they're doing island style. They do it off the island, right? So they don't, you know, you don't see the chemtrail airplane.
The theory is that they're spraying offshore, and
it's coming in on the.
And it's coming in.
Now, these are coming from the west. They're also spraying on both sides today. A lot of this stuff is actually chemtrails coming this direction.
There's material that's blocking. We should be able to see to the horizon, you know, where the Earth curves, because we're high enough and we have the ocean, right? So we should be able to see. We should be able to see the Big Island. It's only 30 miles away.
And you can see it's not a blue sky behind it. That's the key. It's all, you know, has that kind of weird looking blue. Like silver blue, I call it. And this is a nice day. You know, there's no more blue sky. The night, we're going to look at the stars at night. It's like, you'll see, you can count them. There's so few stars at night now. There should be hundreds of thousands of stars, and I can count the stars. There's like one here, and one planet here. It's like, you might see, some nights you'll see 100, some nights you'll see 10. This is what concerns me, this kind of stuff right here. It's just soft.
Okay.
This just comes right off this bark. That's not natural. Where I've seen hundreds of thousands of coconuts and I've never seen it falling apart like that. Look at this, you guys. I've never seen anything like this. I used to trim trees all the time in Big Island. I've never seen anything like that. That's why I'm concerned.
Not an easy task that you have here on the island. I could see the skepticism because it is so far beyond anybody's reality.
It's amazing. It's just amazing to not try to look through somebody else's eyes. Like my eyes, like I can see this so it's like night and day, and other people it's just the illusion is just so deep.
What do you think would happen if everybody awakened to what was going on and what the plans were of geoengineers?
I think they'd have a revolution in Hawaii. If people really understood what was going on.
What's your concern for? I know that you love the land here. What's your concern about the chemtrails?
Well, that we won't be able to live here and grow our own food, and that our health is going to be compromised.
Do you think it already has been?
Yes.
And the thing is that they're doing it every day here, every day. So it's hammering, micro doses every day. And then, of course, it's getting in the environment, and of course, it's weakening the plants. And it takes a couple years for this to actually weaken the plant. So we're asking for GMO taro. We're asking for GMO papaya because we can't grow our natural seeds. We can't be sustainable. We can't truly, be here as God created us.
So my friend convinced me to do a hair analysis on my daughter. So we went ahead and cut close to her scalp and got some really recently grown hair and sent it in. I was just sure that my daughter's hair was going to be so clean with the lifestyle that we live. And lo and behold, it came back and her levels were really high in aluminum. This is the chart here. This is the reference range, and this is where my daughter is. 23.1 aluminum. The skies are covered with a white mist, and I look up at night anymore and I don't see the deep dense stars that I used to, and I can't help but think this obviously has something to do with my daughter's health. I don't know where else these heavy metals are coming from.
Yeah, I mean, look how old she is. She's been isolated here, and she's here. Everybody looking at the situation would be like, this is paradise. This child should be like super organic fun, and here you are getting all this heavy metal stuff.
She has the highest level of aluminum on the chart. She never had a vaccine. Folks, these people are playing God. They are playing God. They're manipulating the weather, and they're spraying stuff into the sky. They're trying to geoengineer everything, including your plants and trees and your oceans. Well, tonight, we're just hoping that instead of not looking at it, you start looking into it, because I really believe from the bottom of my heart that we are in a real crisis. I really do. They are proposing dumping 10 to 20 million tons of aluminum into the upper atmosphere. What does aluminum do? It changes the pH of soil, which is toxic to plant life. Also, it's very toxic to human health. Are they doing it? Well, let me tell you about my experience and what we found. We have much evidence that not only suggests, but I believe prove that they are happening.
As I promised, we're joined right now by a very special guest, Michael J. Murphy, currently on location in Hawaii. He's working on a documentary film called What in the World Are They Spraying? Michael, welcome to the program. Great to speak with you today.
I had a friend who recently, he's always looking at things from a different perspective. He's a bit of a conspiracy theorist, and he says that whenever the president comes to LA, there's no spraying guys.
Could you have a better place for an interview? I mean, look.
This is being done over our farms and over our things. So basically, they want to eliminate our ability to eat organic food, have clean water. So in some ways, it sounds to me like, and again, it's just a projection, but it sounds to me like this is control. How do we control the masses? Yeah. How can aluminum be good for you? And
what's the second element you mentioned?
It's barium and aluminum. Obviously, those are toxic to everything, to human health.
Human health, to farms, to animals, to everything.
61,000 parts per billion.
And there should be a government alert at 1,000.
At 1,000 people are drinking this. People that climb the mountain, they're drinking that snow. It's poison.
That's so disgusting.
So that's 60,000 times above regulation.
Exactly.
60,000 times above regulation. And I've talked to friends, and they're like, well, that's just ice. That's just condensation. And I'm like, you can talk to a second grader. Ice doesn't float in the sky and spread out that way,
You're not an expert, but you're a concerned citizen who said, wait a second, I want to, yeah, you're doing the research, and that's what we need to do as Americans and say, you know what, I want to know what's going on. I want to know what the FDA is doing to my food. I want to know what the government's doing with my air, my water, and the soil. And you know, it's just great what you're doing. And I just, my kudos to you for bringing light to this subject.
Put all of the theories aside, just what geoengineers are proposing and what's being found is scary enough. So we can just address that.
And I encourage more people to just step up and ask questions and do what he's doing. So thank you, Michael, very, very much.
Aerosol spraying aluminum affects everywhere, and we have a beautiful tropical climate, which I believe might be in jeopardy. So we wanted to not only come and bring the Tambarium. Essentially, I think it was an effective trip. I saw a lot of people here in Hawaii, in Maui, awake and not only curious, but willing to look into this deeper, and that's my only hope.
And this is one of the boldest moves, I think, from Ed Griffin yet. This is the taboo topic that nobody's supposed to talk about, and that is aerosol spraying. Now, we've got tons of documented proof of errant aerosol spraying. It just blows my mind that the whole essence of humanity has always been to look up into the sky and ask why. No, there are no limitations. There is endless space, an endless universe. Now, in the 21st century, we're not allowed to do that. Anyone who looks up and sees these giant grids and the X's in the sky that weren't part of our existence until just a decade or two ago is somehow called a kook. And the people that are the best and biggest proponents for the revolution and for liberty, they don't want you to talk about it because you could discredit them.
It seems to be an industry that's being built up to milk the taxpayers by undergoing some kind of a giant global spraying program to make all kinds of money on the project. And they don't seem to care really what effect it has. They're not trying to experiment to see if humans can survive it or anything like that. They just want to get this stuff up. Then we discover, as we're going further down the line, that there are companies generating genetically modified organisms, seeds, modified seed crops that they're being engineered to resist the aluminum in the soil. A lot of crops won't grow in that. And so now, after they've messed up the soil, all the farmers are going to have to go back and buy seeds that have been genetically engineered to resist the aluminum that have been put into the soil. And all of a sudden, mankind is completely dependent upon these companies like Monsanto and others. It's a shocking thing. I hope we don't find that that's true. But all the arrows right now are pointing in that direction.
We get into cost-benefit analysis here because there's also HARP could be involved in this. Geoengineering, as you guys mentioned, which is documented heavily in Dennis Kucinich's bill, that is the Space Preservation Act, which, by the way, I don't think got through Congress. And then Kate Bailout, as we call her here, Kate Bailey Hutchinson, also put together some legislation in order to qualify geoengineering, which, again, is supposed to save us all from global warming. But it is cost-benefit analysis because they can benefit on so many different levels, Ed. That's how they do everything, isn't it?
That's right. And there's an old adage, if you just follow the dollar, follow the buck, you get to the source of the problem. And it looks to me like there's a tremendously profitable industry being built up right now around this concept of geoengineering. Also, well, that's good. We don't want global warming, you know. And so they put up with this, and they don't question, they don't criticize. But behind the scenes, you see a whole industry being built up, which is, they say, tremendously profitable. And the money for all of that is coming from the taxpayers, and it's a scam is basically what it is. We're just focusing on the one area that is real easy to prove. There's no speculation in the area that we're going. They definitely are doing this geoengineering. They definitely are talking about it. They're working on formulas for it. They're putting together strategies for it. They've got funding for it. Everything is in place. We don't even have to go into those other areas to make the case. Okay, let them believe that, but at least they must understand that there's no question that they're talking about it and planning to do it. And so shouldn't they be equally alarmed about what they're going to do? if it can be shown that barium and aluminum and some of these other toxic metals are very destructive to the planet and destructive to human health, isn't that enough? You know, how many issues do we need to crank into this? And so, you know, if you're going to kill the planet and kill the population, do we need any other reason to be alarmed?
What in the world are they spraying? Thank God people are asking this question. That's all we want. We just want to be able to ask these questions. Our good friend G. Edward Griffin, all these years, Mike Murphy and Paul Wittenberg are doing this great effort with your help. This is a community effort to get people real information. What in the world are they spraying?
Thought is that we ask the question, what in the world are they spraying? And we now know what it is. And folks, you're not going to like it.
These are good because each one is actually matched with the real foodporn. So, in theory, each one of these is owned by the...
Hey! I'm Peter Vreke. I'm from Belgium. I'm 54 years old. I can't believe it myself. I'm a very happy and grateful person.
We are doing a job in this justice department, environmental department, which we have been doing. And it's really essential that it's going to be a grassroots revolution. I think so. Because we are not fighting against, we're for. Yes, we're fighting for.
I was in the council for about 25 years and also a period as the mayor. So from that moment on, 10 years ago, everything started to change. I started to get a picture of what is really going on. And it became crystal clear to me that we, humankind, have been manipulated and dominated and exploited for centuries. So, and this chemical phenomenon made me angry because I was so helpless. You can decide what food you're going to eat, what you're going to smoke, what you're going to drink, what kind of life you're going to lead, but not with this phenomenon. Then you are just a victim. It's only a game, and they have to be good guys, and they have to be bad guys. And luckily, we are in a position to who has the chance and the opportunity to overcome.
The relays that we shared with them, my heart just dropped because it was such a beautiful way to live and such a peaceful way to live. I left thinking, what is this going to be like in 10 years? Is everything going to be killed off on the property? And if it is, how are they going to get their food? Are they going to have to take a class, and get certified by company XYZ? And what are the requirements for that? And that really is the end of freedom. I'm concerned about that. I definitely, I really am.
Yeah. I learned to say everything is now as it has to be now. And everything is going to be okay.
It's going to be all right.
It's going to be okay.
Yes.
I have this deep feeling that in the end we will prevail because we have the right on our side. The cosmos is helping us. And I have this strong feeling that we are being supported by entities and by forces we can't even imagine. Here for the first time we have this scientific proof that we are being spread. We are being spread, and it's incredible and it's hard to believe, but we are being spread. I think at this moment to stop is not an option. Once you know it, and once you have a tool like this, and an opportunity like this, that the issue of chemtrails or persistent jet contrails or whatever name you use for it, that this phenomenon is recognized as being real, publicly debated on. In the context of geoengineering, I think it's high noon to bring this to the public.
This is what the sky is supposed to look like. These are old paintings. We forgot this.
I'm afraid. In the years that I have been a medical research journalist, I have looked at many, many things, and I found the same three issues in whatever I'm looking at. And that is that we are being dumbed down. We are being
gathered from around the world in Belgium for the first International Chemtrail Symposium. The event attracted leading professionals, politicians, and activists who discussed the health, environmental, and social implications of these programs.
We have no one weapon against this past conflicts than exposing and bringing the dark words in the light of the truth. We have the hope that by our efforts, more and more people will become aware of the fact that we are deceived by our peoples. So today, we, as a family, join forces with the people who publicly made known to the world that chemtrails are not a conspiracy theory, but a conspiracy fact.
From the Technische Universiteit Delft in the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Koen Vermeer.
Well, I'm Koen Vermeer. I'm a university professor of Delft University of Technology.
Usually people are with their hands to the ground in their own two-dimensional space and they don't look up. If you do, you see more and more spaces like this. And it worried me too. I had no explanations to our students about it.
Found out that I couldn't give them the answers they wanted because I think that the phenomenon is not natural. It's not natural what is happening. And the explanations that are given to it.
Oh my God, I got it. Point of view, the first thing a scientist does is trying to explain something.
Oh my
Because
God,
I'm smart
sorry,
and my students are not as smart yet, so I have to give them answers to questions. But if you ask most scientists, honestly, they cannot answer all your questions.
People are using climate control all over our heads. I want to know about it. I want to know the consequences. I want to know the health impacts. I want to know everything.
I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm going to think about this thing till the day I die.
To give answers to my students. And they have good questions. And I don't have the answers. And I want to know. And we should discuss this.
Ladies and gentlemen, for here you in the auditorium and for all over the world, Michael Murphy.
No, I'm so proud I got it. I kept thinking it was 5 of it when I was just so. The thing is, I guess we can.
Well, thank you very much. It's definitely an honor to be here in Belgium. The people who are in power control everything. They control the markets, they control us, and now they're even controlling the weather. And they can use that for warfare applications. The one thing that they cannot control is what God had originally made, and that's natural organic seeds. This is called the Hegelian dialect. It's called problem, reaction, solution. The problem here is massive amounts of aluminum, things starting to die. The solution is company X that says, hey man, you're not getting yields on your crop. Everything's dying. But I got the solution. I got a seed that will grow in this environment. Only problem is now you have to start buying from me. We're a little concerned that maybe I can re-engineer it with aluminum-resistant GMO seeds. Many may know we just got back from a week of filming in Hawaii, and it was an incredible trip. A big concern for the people there is they're beginning to see softening of coconut trees. But their concern is that these programs may again be part of a broader agenda to destroy anything that's natural and organic, so that the corporate redesigned GMO foods might be the only thing, only source of food for people.
I didn't anticipate so many people, young and old, who are interested in this phenomenon and are concerned about it. And especially like only 17 and already making an entrance to it.
My name is Sophia Sergis. I am 17 years old. It is quite scary to know that the air we breathe is not what it's supposed to be. That the food we eat and the water we drink contain traces of those substances, which are sprayed out over all of us, as though we were being poisoned by insects. The feeling that this is causing me are feelings of deep anger and rage. I don't want to be poisoned. I don't want to be infected with cancer. And I'm just so angry that this global poisoning can be going on such a massive scale, and not enough is being done to stop this crime.
I can ask you one question. Are we being spread? Have we been spread? And is it their intention to spread again and again? What are we going to do about this? How are we going to deal with it? How are we going to stop it? I know the answer. There is only one person who can stop it. You know it. You are. You are the person, the one you have been waiting for. Our magnificent, beautiful, godlike, divine human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers, in this auditorium and in the whole world, thank you so very much for being present with us. And for now, please enjoy this anthem.
Yosh. Look at this move. Mississippi.
So, anyway, I'm glad that the weather's been good for you fellas so far. Just think if we were doing this in the wintertime, you might, in Washington, D.C., you might run into snow.
Thank God we're not.
That's right.
You know, it's interesting because of the different weather modification programs. There's something like, I think, right around 32 in the continental U.S. alone going on. So the theory is that geoengineering is in part weather modification.
You know, Mike, that's a very good point. There are so many subsets connected with this issue of geoengineering. People are writing to us all the time with information about the connection to global warming, the connection to weather modification. Some people think there's a connection with Morgellons disease. Others think it's kind of a means of transmitting electromagnetic impulses from the heart antenna system up in Alaska and Siberia. Boy, it gets your head spinning. And each area, I think, is worthy of investigation, but we have so little time. I think it's wise for us to stay focused on just the aerospraying and the toxic effect of these chemicals, the destruction of the planet, and the damage to human health. What more do you need than that to convince people that we have to put a stop to it? So to stay focused, I think, is our mission on this one.
What in the fuck was...
Jeremy, we had an idea. We know that you know the political system real well. Our idea was this. We have a ton of data and information that we've collected throughout our travels, and you know, we really think a good way to end the film would be addressing this to elected officials, some of the senators. So we were wondering this, if you might be able to come and kind of help us out and perhaps show us the way in how to get this done politically. I think that sounds like a really good idea, and I'll look into your research going, and we should really focus
This is watching this is depressing. Other people like are dead. Fucking
we could make it possible and the place that they don't know at this point. We can shoot the way that's possible, but I know that they haven't heard of the data that points to geoengineering aerosol operation already going on now.
Yeah, you have a lot of enemies in Washington. That's where all the power comes together and the money, you know. So there are people there, I'm sure, that just don't want us to do this job. But I'm glad you're going, and you'll find out.
We took the data to Washington, D.C. There we presented our elected officials with the following letter. According to the 5th article of the Bill of Rights, amending the Constitution for the United States of America, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. But the daily spraying is depriving all persons living within the United States of life, health, liberty, and integrity of a common and private property without due process of law. As a representative of the people of the United States of America, we insist that you do everything in your powers to protect us and immediately put a stop to geoengineering spraying up. There exists no justification, legal or otherwise, to poison the planet and its inhabitants.
Now, suppose that space aliens arrive on, maybe they're going to land at the UN headquarters down the road here, or maybe they'll pick a smarter spot. But suppose they arrive and they give you a box, and the box has 2 knobs. One knob is the knob for controlling global temperature, maybe another knob is a knob for controlling CO2 concentrations. You might imagine that we would fight wars over that box. We have no way to agree about what is set the knobs. No global governance, and different people will have different places they want it set. Solar engineering is like chemotherapy. No one wants it, but we all want the ability to do chemo and to understand its risks should we find ourselves with babies.
How long does it last?
The lifetime of years.
What, years? And then what, precipitates out? Or
yeah, that's
no toxic side effects?
the thing we always wonder about is the unknown.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about, say, acidification, it's clear that's not a problem. There's several studies that show that. But of course, the concern here is with so little research, there may be some unknown that comes out of left field that bites us.
Oh, cool. It's got it.
My name's Mike Murphy. I'm a filmmaker in from Los Angeles. We're covering an issue called geoengineering.
Okay, thanks, guys. There's a question about the issue of geoengineering.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
And wondering you were supportive of geoengineering proposals of spraying 10 to 20 million tons of aluminum into the atmosphere.
I should really get a briefing paper before I get to the debate.
Oh, not a problem. Are you aware of the issue?
Not
At all? Because, okay. Do you have a letter from constituents and people have concerns?
Yeah, what's the... We're making a document about you got that for next week?
Yes, we do. We have to see out
You're lying.
What did we lie about? What are we lying about?
And it appears that these programs have already been deployed.
People have these public, so, you know, want to share me with you?
I can do that. Are you aware of this?
Except for the bill.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and get that. I will take a look at this and I will act accordingly.
This program is open program of the aerosol spraying, stratospheric aerosol spraying, geoengineering, using tons of aluminum, spraying it up in the sky. Okay.
Called chemtrails.
When you were the head of NEMA, did you see the aerosol trails?
Hi, sir, and we're covering an issue called geoengineering, and wanted to know if you're supportive of geoengineers' proposals. Congressman? Hey, guys, I'm wondering if you're supportive of geoengineers' proposals, which is dumping 10 to 20 million tons of aluminum into the atmosphere. Pardon?
Okay.
I'm not supportive of it. I haven't looked at it.
Have you heard of the issue? Because it's becoming mainstream in public, and there are actually congressional committees which are being formed to talk about these programs.
Yeah. Well, I think when you drop anything into the atmosphere, you should know it prior to the effect of that, right?
Yes.
And if we don't have the knowledge as to what the effect will be, we shouldn't do it.
I think there are 4 different options for thinking about deployment of geoengineering. The first one would be we just ban it.
I would argue that one does not want to get too firm a restriction in place on small-scale studies early on because it'll tie the science hand. I think what the science community ought to be trying to do is say, even small-scale stuff inside this space, and it's a scientific question what that space.
Come on, bitch. Listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music. All the time.
Right? And so I feel like he's going to favor the people that are trying to build something that's more an ecosystem. I hope, because I feel like that would be the smart thing to do. But there's a lot of people who are just launching coins now, and maybe like taking ROTHSCHILD's ideas, but like at the same time fighting it. So like that's gonna whack. That's why
and the folks are running another day. Down the line back home.
So, I think that's why my projects are going to be continuously
The sun comes out in a sleepy little town down around San Antonio. And the folks are running another day. Down the line back home. People on the thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm excited to see what he does. I feel like we need some more tweets from the band account, and I like that when he's tweeting a lot.
Half a mile from here, you don't know if you're far, and you're gonna disappear. Well, where would you be now?
I feel like he could tweet a lot more about all of the different projects. He does tweet a lot. Like, I'm not complaining.
Run around the corner, half a mile from here, you see the long train run, then you let them disappear. Without love, where would you be now?
So, we'll see if I'm sure he's doing the right things. I'm sure he's got a plan. Maybe it's kind of, trying to let it cool off a bit and come out with something big. Everybody has their own strategy, and everybody has their own way of going about it. But, Origin, we're happy to support you, man.
Let's taking it to, let's taking it to the street. No more people looking to the street. No more they're taking it to the street. Take this message.
If you haven't heard me or 5 love me or hate. So what we're doing is we're building a 7 utility coin in the back end with, tied into Dragon Disease. So we're dropping Shenron NFT collection, 609 NFTs, 609 characters in Dragon Ball Z. We're dropping a Legacy of Shenron game is kind of the plan in the works right now on our roadmap. But Dragon's Charity Wings. That's one of our Dragon Balls essentially. We're going to be working to help out those in the community that are
listen to the music. Listen to the music. Listen to the music. All the time.
The charity side, I think that's my biggest part. I want to partner with the charity and bring crypto. And that charity aspect here, it doesn't just help the charity, but it also helps the whole business and good around my community. So that's why we're building NFTs. We're building the game around it to give there's actually something that they can understand. My dad's in that community has gotten this support already. It's been amazing. I mean, I think also pretty into it came for just a couple of days. So I think it's been pretty good. It's been pretty cool. We have Shem Swap coming. That's our big thing. It's probably our first years already. So we play this whole long as Dragon Ball Z. We have partnerships of course with them as well. But the real Dragon Ball Z
Black water, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining? Oh, black water, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining? Oh, black water, keep on rolling.
some partnerships with them, and as well as we're talking to a couple charities, getting that kids love Dragon Ball Z, kids animes, like I want to really help those kids that are going through things that they need. You make an athlete myself, mental health has been really, really big, and I think if we can tie that into crypto and tie that into anime and tie that into meme everything like that, I think that's what this is. There's no for everybody. I think too many people miss out on opportunities because they're afraid of what they say, and this is why you're kind of saying this is finally what I want to do for everybody that's been here for a while, because most of you know me, I've been here for a pretty long time. Nobody's here. It's just us. Love me, or he actually had our mail club that just dropped today. I'll drop that image. I just honestly would love for you to really quick, just if you want to, show them or anything. But our whale club will essentially be the first step of bringing the customers together, and they'll be able to help us with the marketing. They'll be able to help us with the charity lockdowns and different things.
Feel the reaper, but when the sun rain, feel like living on them on radio. Hear the reaper, think I have. Feel the reaper, moving in the back.
Much love, and we'll keep building. Hey, hopefully this launch pad and the stuff that Ben will be
There's no way he gets this done. I'll write a letter. I'm like, dude, would you?
On the feed, there shouldn't be a lot of oversight and restriction.
Congressman? Excuse me. Hi, I'm Mike Murphy from Los Angeles, covering an issue called geoengineering. There's lots of running from the geoengineering issue. I wonder why.
I'd have to talk to my staff. I don't know what the details are.
If anyone may be aware of the issue, or... Sir? Did your community talk about geoengineering last November? Are you in support of those proposals? I'd love to give you an geoengineering? You know nothing about the geoengineering issue? They call it geoengineering, but yeah, I never heard of it. I think something I don't know anything about. Have you heard of geoengineering? No. The proposal is to shoot 10 million tons of metals in the air. This committee science and technology covered it for the first time. No. So we were very concerned. We spoke with Congresswoman Watson's office, and her press secretary, Ms. White, was familiar with Representative Kucinich's Space Preservation Act, which mentioned chemtrails and the weaponization of the atmosphere in space, and then it was pressured to be taken off the bill. What did you see the aerosol spraying going on today over the Capitol?
Geoengineering
carries with it a tremendous range of uncertainties, ethical and political concerns, and the potential for catastrophic environmental side effects.
People he's not one to do interviews very often, so pressure him. Okay, so don't, all that is hold your breath.
As chairman of the committee of jurisdiction, I feel a responsibility to begin a public dialogue and develop a record on geoengineering.
So we want to know if you're supportive of their measures by spraying 10 to 20 million tons of aluminum into the atmosphere. We have more research. Okay. And about the issue of current deployment, there's literally a mountain of evidence that many people believe proves the deployment of these programs. Any knowledge of that?
No, I believe it's not a mountain of evidence. But I do support research into the geoengineering, and I also support looking into the international governance of that. And I hope anybody that has studied it knows that I think that it's a radical proposal, and I hope we don't have to use it, but it may come back all the time where we do.
Now, if we could provide you with the evidence that suggests that these programs are and have been ongoing, would you be willing to address this publicly?
We have a very full meeting. We have addressed it.
Well, not about the proposals, but about the current deployment of these programs. Citizens,
I don't support the current deployment. I think we need to have more research with it, and they have consequences to go beyond elimination. So I think there needs to be governance to that.
Governance is not simply an issue of deployment, but governance before deployment in terms particularly of large-scale scientific field work.
I concede that on this subject and in general, it's not popular to talk about global rules.
And when these people started talking about the need for UN Security Council oversight, a supranational environmental security enforcement with a strong mandate by the UN, it really is clear that they're looking for a global power behind the manipulation of the environment.
But I do think it needs to be sort of an international kind of treaty that says tie and bind all nations into a common faith. It is a common faith.
And unfortunately, it's not just big governments that could do this. It is small governments. It is billionaires, thousands of people. I'm going to say the world all by myself, and I won't bother to mention it.
How do we decide when there's a planetary emergency? Who's a problem with the technology or with the will to no longer do it? In a year or two, the aerosols will come out of the atmosphere and now. And it's that rate of change that's hard for us to adapt to. So once we started, we'll be sort of locked into doing it for a long, long time. And so that, and with basically no end in sight.
Well, we would pursue this to make a profit, right? Financial motivation to do it.
So let me not speak for both.
Is that about?
Well, it is.
She would know. She was always a good with
Someday, if the U.S. is going to decide to do this stuff, they're going to turn to a company who can do it. Get it, then Lockheed Martin.
So certainly we have an industrial base that helps the country take on technologies and large-scale challenges like national defense, and we do that both for a profit motive as well as I think as a national service. It's disastrous. We discovered a few years from now that there was a black program that some government has stood up to learn on the quiet how to do this.
It's pretty clear you can cool the planet, but you will not and cannot bring it back to exactly the same climate state you started with. So you may or may not, and I expect we'll have a lot of back and forth about how useful it is to ameliorate the risks of climate change. I think there's a good evidence of probably
I didn't want to get sexual with her.
But it certainly can't get you back to exactly the climate you started with.
She was just really
She's
very close.
Yeah. Let me say, I hope not.
She wasn't. She was probably, I'm sure she's more experienced than I was.
I hope so. Okay. I see this as something like an evacuation plan. That you build big dikes. Maybe that's the emissions reduction to try to keep the flood from wiping you out. But that if that flood should come, that you'd like a plan
for what to do in the
Filling
event of
dice.
that
I'm good at
catastrophe.
filling
So I
dice.
see these options
Really? Yeah.
more as a
I didn't know
catastrophic
any dice
response
there.
option and not
Really?
as a way
No,
to
they were right on the river too.
reduce risk of everyday climate change.
Anyway,
You would advocate mitigating consumption of beef
you know dice?
as a means of accomplishing your objective.
Hydroelectric.
Yes.
Or not
How would you suggest going about that?
Like
You
a,
can't.
like a levy?
I don't add. It's your job to decide what to tax and what not to tax. Obviously, if you wanted people to behave differently, you give them incentives and disincentives for behavior.
I'm sure that's the answer you want to hear.
Only
my time had not expired. Thank you, Mr. Binger.
Because there's literally aluminum and varying contamination found around the world, believed to be from these programs.
You used to be able to do this kind of shit. They don't let you anywhere near this shit anymore.
In the James Bond scenario, some rogue rich guy puts some airplanes in the air and sees the clouds. What is to prevent
Yo,
that?
dog, what's up with this guy's height? Is he a little person?
There's side X coming soon. What is it? Ben just tweeted all caps. Side X beta is live. Here's side X coming soon.
The Capitol looks like they're deploying some child? Is he in a wheelchair or something?
In the James Bond scenario, some rogue rich guy puts some airplanes in the air and sees the clouds. What is to prevent that?
Okay, are you aware of the issue?
You do agree with Are you in support of those proposals? What is your take? I don't know anything about it. I got a chair here.
Anyway.
Yeah, this is a letter from constituents. And many people believe that these programs have already been deployed because mass contamination has been found. Geoengineering programs, spraying from airplanes. So what's happening, people from around the world are finding contamination.
If I were dating Maggie at the time, I think I'd like to have
Even though we might make the average temperature of the planet about right, the rainfall patterns change some from today. And some places become warmer and some places become cooler. So there are going to be winners and losers in this geoengineering activity if we were to do it. But nevertheless, as David has said, there are reasons why we might be seriously.
Many people are deeply concerned about it because of the toxicity of aluminum, and it has been addressed to Congress and various committees. When you take a look at a letter from some of your constituents addressing the concerns? Can I give you a letter from constituents? Are you aware of their proposals and dumping? Gotcha. Thanks.
No, we just with people
Well, the geoengineers are proposing just that dumping aluminum and barium into the atmosphere. So how the stated goal is to actually cool the planet. However, there's a right, exactly. So they're proposing dumping these metals into the air to block the sun, essentially. We're here to find out what members of Congress are hoping to have a strong hearing on that proposal. I would hope so. And there's plenty of evidence that not only suggests that these programs have been deployed because we're finding contamination of aluminum and barium on the rain, snow, and soil. Okay, thank you.
LA County is seeing 200% increase in Alzheimer's tons of water samples all around our state.
Why don't you give me all the information you have? I have some very good people. I will assign it to you. And if you get it to Mr. Lavelle,
You got my card,
right?
send me an email, and we'll be in touch. We are investigating this.
So you get it to fucking Diane.
Okay, move that mountain. Take a look at it.
And look up, looking up at the sky, you'll see.
Okay.
You will. All right. So thank you. Yeah, future humanity is definitely dependent on it. So we're counting on people like yourself.
Anyway, I feel like, yeah, I can't believe I know his name. Jake, how could you forget? I feel like,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I knew somebody else with that name, and so that person's name took up that last name before. That's the end.
A lot of Congress was running down the hallways to avoid answering any questions, looking for doors in the hallways. So apparently, the war is against all of us, and we're all in a hostage crisis. People who took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution are not only know this is happening, are participating in this. And all of us have a duty to stand up and speak out about it. Why is the water being contaminated? Why is the soil being contaminated? Why are aluminum-related diseases going up? And it's affecting all of us, and thus we all have the duty to stand up and speak out and get educated and stop this for our own sake, for our children's sake. It is a crucial moment in history right now. As human beings, we need to decide whether to live on our knees, while being sprayed and poisoned every day, or being under a continual threat, or whether we are peace and freedom for all of God's children.
So as you can see, we're ending our film here in Washington, D.C. We've made many public officials aware of this. Most of them either denied any knowledge of this, or they simply were unwilling to address the situation with us. So as you can see right behind the White House, we do have aerosols behind us. The spraying has continued. What is the solution? Is the solution here in Washington, D.C.? Clearly, this is one of the solutions, but the solution is not only here, the solution is within you. This issue affects all of us so deeply. So you need to look inside. Please get active, get involved, start spreading the word with growing awareness. About 90% of the population, we believe, is unaware of this issue, which means 90% of the people who normally might do something if they knew are not doing anything because they aren't aware. So please look into your heart, use whatever skill you have to get the word out. The future of humanity is dependent upon it.
Anyway, and I could be told that, yeah, like, it could have been real. But anyway, and I said this before, I wonder what all the people like we're close.
Just a moment.
She only put the noise over some more like she put in, or she only had taken her some more like it. She had full sweet yeah. Are you done now? She's a very good older sister. There's no good older sister. I'm not gonna say that Kate Powell wasn't, but her mom is really anybody else? Who are good brothers? I forgot Brad. Why? Beat up their siblings. Even for that, he has a good older brother position, right? Anybody else? I didn't say Nick Shyamalan was that. Oh yeah, he was a good brother. His sister. And anybody else? No, we get there on that.
Let's go.
Where's your end of the story? No, you were telling a story about fucking Alex Christian. You were telling a story about she didn't have this, like, I don't know. You were telling a story. It was like a weird, it wasn't weird, it was like acid, Mississippi. You were telling a story about Alexis D'Angelo and how she was bugging. Oh, okay. She had like a t-shirt on underneath. It was like a training thing. But I didn't like training, bro. Anyway, all the boys were. And I'm over there like, huh? Because I'm a face guy. I get really good anyway. What? And Alexis, I can just tell you, you weren't the girls were like
out like
Really
7 minutes,
rough.
then they're like,
PayPal.
Charles, do you when you tag someone at the beginning of the tweet like that, it gets done as a reply. So like that tweet doesn't get shown to anybody unless they follow me. So like I would recommend you have to redo that tweet where you can edit. You can, but you have to either put a period in front of that or just put like Dill and then
She had this
tag
fucking, I think a training bra
but
over her.
yeah, that's something to know about Twitter,
I
everybody.
think she had a training bra,
Charles
a
tweeted out
t-shirt,
the great
and
tweet, but it's not going to
do you
get
think she
shown
was
to
stuffing?
anybody because of the way that
The rumor
it is.
was, and I don't think so. It was just like one day,
So
it was
it might
like,
be
whoa,
better to
she had
did you edit it or something?
double it. But it was like she had weird distortions. Whoa.
Let's see.
I remember people.
Yeah, there you go. That's perfect.
Doesn't she look
That was
different?
fast, man. Man, that was fast. He's
Huh?
fast.
I'm like, huh?
He's quick.
Oh, anyway, that, I felt badly for him. I still do. And to this day, I still think they're the best opportunity. Wait, hold on. Not of anybody. Surprise high. No one would have. She's the gun. Story. So, the end was lucky and day. And that was the day I realized boys study. You didn't? I like faces. There was like, can't be Ireland, but that's different. But it was like a girl my age, and guys were looking at her. Yep, we look at Ireland.
I got 8.
Who liked
I got 8 before it went out. They would let you do 5 at a time max before 25 all day anyway. But like it happened so fast that like my little fingers move fast. I couldn't move that fast. So it was definitely probably that. Man, it's so crazy. I don't know what to think, man. I mean, it's pretty insane to see it
Oh my god.
do this well.
Dude,
Like,
right.
out of nowhere, but I guess they had the right people behind it. And,
I don't think I've ever seen an episode of that much.
I mean, dude, that was a heat that quick. It's really big, and they definitely went viral, but it definitely makes me wonder what's behind this. You know, there's a lot of ways that people push their projects. So I really don't know. And King bring this to us just
Yasmin, please. Got it. Saturday Angelo, you're in rear company. Or Yasmin, please, you're in rear company. People started to notice somebody other than us. Oh, is that something black?
That's why I was on the delicate space. Because, guys,
Joy?
you can listen to this on your way to work. You can listen to this while you're at work. You can listen to this while you're at school, even though I don't recommend it.
What in the fuck is that song? It's called like Black.
He's giving the crypto community and our community to come up on stage to share alpha. That is utility. That is utility. Imagine if in the villain, your community might get pissed off. Only the ones that are not in the villain token right now. Imagine if he creates a Discord and said, I said we have 500 million support. We got like a couple hundred in Telegram now too. So all I'm saying is I came here yesterday because
It should be like, well, when did you know his mom? When did you know his mom about it?
I like to surround myself around winners. I like to surround myself around positive people. He's building, he's interacting with his community. He's not one of these scumbags that just came out without a project.
She was gonna always come at first.
He didn't do that. He's putting in
Wow.
time. He's
I met the other two before. And Sarah knows.
that attracted networks, which is myself. That's why I came to this community, because I'm like, it is only going to do that more. You guys need to stop looking
I
at
hope
the
there's so
floor.
many.
Stop
You
looking
think
at
they are? I hope that I can see them get really close. Why? Because they fly a lot. That's actually very surprised that they ended up together. Really?
change your life. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I hope they're still together.
Right now, I think the floor price for these mooring punks, even if you would have bought them on secondary, even if you would have bought them on secondary, something for this man, you know, we gotta just make sure you have an ENS max NFT. As long as you have an ENS max NFT, I'm happy. And let me just simplify it.
But I could see how they would understand it because they fought a lot. Kevin had such a cool house. We used to go to his house all the time. Play songs, listen to music, go on that roof, and it was like direct from the sun, and just watch the fucking stars. Be on that fucking porch, always a joke.
I didn't know fucking Dylan from a can of paint, but I know hard work, I know ethic, I know devs that's actually providing for their community, and that's why I came here.
Corby House. And it would be hilarious. Like, we're going to Corby House tonight. Like, you mean Kevin Bradley's house? Like, you know him? Like, fuck yeah. I had my second 21st birthday there. Really? Oh, I had two 21st birthday parties there. And so,
listen to the recording. I named off a few people that I'm like, hey man, people are interacting with these. They would have just interacted with just
anything. It's like black. It's not black water.
People in the space. And that's why I said, guys, and I said this yesterday, make sure you can identify something before your favorite influencer identifies it, right? Because let's talk about it. When it was a free, I'm sorry, not a free bet. When this bet was at 006, right? And I was telling you guys about it. And even when it was on the floor, it was probably like, I think, when it started trading on secondary, it was trading on secondary. At one point in time, I think it fell to like $10. When it got on secondary, influencers to talk about it. When, you know, me,
what if ChatGPT
I only have 4,000 followers, 4,500 followers. I'm telling you, I'm giving you alpha, but it was a little bit hard to soak in. It was, you know, it was a little bit hard to soak in. Dylan, he's over here providing the platform. I'm over here sharing.
What the hell is the name of it? That band.
Or the head of the herd. You have to front run. I say this all the time. Front run the masses. It's the same thing with ENS vaccines right now. They're at $100.
I got Sarah I did Sarah. Something like that. That would drive me nuts. Like if I went to jail and I couldn't remember that, oh my god, I'd be bouncing off the wall. I was even thinking like, well, I could go to that Facebook archive that I have and see it, but I'm sure you got me. Probably oh, why do I think it's black? I don't know.
Wait for your favorite influencer to talk about a project, you missed out. I'm the guy that the favorite influencer comes to and say, yo, keep us in the crypto streets right now. What are people talking about? And I'll be like, oh, well, I seen this, I seen that, I seen this. And they're like, oh, okay. I'll keep an eye on it. They're too busy.
She's like, that was really cool that you got 613. On 613. You got 613. On 613. Yeah, no, I got 613. On 613. Yeah, duh. Yeah. What the hell is that?
But they're constantly giving it to shit. Give me the guy that's finding great plays that only has like 50 fucking followers. I'll pick him any day over him. Because if I get that guy,
what the hell is her name? You already got it, her name. What's the name of that band though?
Get ahead of the herd. And I want everybody to know you're in this space right now. And you can go back and listen to the recording yourself.
What the hell was her name?
Get ahead of the herd. Identify a trend before it already happens. If you wait for your favorite,
this sounds like that one guy. Who the fuck is Debbie, bitch? Damn, girl, are you real? When they can. I still follow you, bro. I'm a nice person. Who's this bitch? Hell yeah, bro. I have a thing for black girls with British accents in particular. Why? Because if anybody should hate the fucking British Empire more than I do, that's those motherfuckers. Who the fuck? What is the name of that song?
It's funny you say that because you look at these pages with 100,000 followers, and you know what they claim that they're trying to help these smaller accounts and help the community. But you know what? You go to message these people, and it's nothing friendly whatsoever. It's not beneficial advice to you or your community members. That's hey, you buy this $7,000 to $10,000 package to promote yourself. And with what you're seeing in here, just the data of the last 2 weeks, look, we've had some really big calls that have been very profitable for people, and it costs absolutely $0 to come in here. King absolutely crushed it.
What the hell?
Great find for a lot of people in the community have made some big wins, and I replied to some of the tweets above.
What do you think? What do you think is the name of that song?
Tell them to join the space.
What? It's not.
I was talking to them about getting them on the show yesterday, so go up to the top, engage, and tell them to join up there. And I put some replies to their tweets, and I put the other one reply to their GM as well. Let's get them in here. You know me, I'll do the reply guy thing.
What the hell?
Just realize, hey, King, this guy That's what photo, man. I want to say one last thing, too. I want to say one last thing. I am big on taking profits. You don't lose when you take profits. I'm going to tell you right now, I invested into Dylan Token. I took profits. I took my initials, then I took my profits. Now I have very strong conviction in the community, so I'm leaving myself really
Africa is my continent, and Antarctica, kind of Australia too. That's not.
Let's say if it does go to zero, now you're not emotional.
That'd be bigger than Oceania. You're a son.
In my agent, I got this agent, I call it agent 101. I don't share
what the
plays,
fuck is the name of it?
That's not what I do there, but I give people the tools.
Dude, ask fucking ChatGPT.
As a honeypot checker, as well as text analyzer, token sniffer, etc. And tell them to watch out for contracts that are, verified, contracts that are renounced, the LP is locked or burned. I just kind of, give them the tools so that way they can sniff that out. But one of the big things that I always tell people is fucking take profits. Always take profits. So if you're up, take fucking profits.
Performing king there, yard with a yellow house in background. The video was the 1970s. And his low budget. It is a rock song. What is the song? If it says it.
might even be able to the shows later in the shower, to be honest. Like, I'm about to be fully dedicated to this. When you start laying out spaces in the shower, then it's like, yeah, I missed it too, though. I missed it too, but everybody's making some cash. It's nice to see. It's fucking awesome. Congrats to everybody who got in on the bench or sniped on the floor. And King, he brought the alpha yesterday. So, man, it's good to see people winning. We're not an alpha group, guys. This is a win. He's going to have a quick conspiracy theory for you. Actually, you know what? We need to hear from Repost before I drop this conspiracy theory, because I think he sniped a lot of these warning books. What's up, man?
Black Betty. Oh my God. Oh my God, it got it.
How's it going, brother?
That's crazy. By Ram Jam, that's right. Oh my god. Describe the video. Yeah, in the background, you could go to Yellow House. Although it's not prominently featured, I should put it energetically. I mean, exactly. And it's that crowd seems to give a one. Or the champion is having something proven to me. Oh my god, I can't believe it got it. Simple low budget production of band performing backyards and featuring Yellow House in the background. That's what I fucking said. That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy. Oh, Black Friday. Wow. Oh my god, I gotta take a shit. Really? I can't believe it got it.
Top 10, number 4, number 5, number 9. You think that I should just maybe